This sitting is resumed. Prior to the suspension for lunch, we were debating the community, the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Nationals Bill 2025. To that we resume. Honourable Member for St. James Central.
A pleasant good afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to begin, sir, by assuring you that I do not come to this place with any of the rancor or the sourness of disposition of he who preceded me, Mr. Speaker. I honestly thought that today was a joyous occasion for the country Barbados, and I was a little bit taken aback by the sullenness and churlishness of the approach taken by the Honourable Member who represents the Democratic Labour Party in this place. But such is life, sir. I, were you, might not have been minded to engage with him, but I am not you, sir. You must do what you do. But I believe, sir, that, as I listened to the Honourable Member, I reflected on my days at school when I had to read a piece of literature which was called The Pilgrim's Progress, written by, I believe the author was John Bunyan, John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. And he places into the mouth of one of his main characters, Mr. Valiant for Truth. He says, though it is with much difficulty that I have come hither, yet I do not repent myself of the trouble we have taken. And in a sense, sir, that is really where Barbados is. It is with much difficulty that we have come to this magnanimous and magnificent occasion, and we should not be dragged down to a point where we repent ourselves of the trouble we have taken to come hither. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin by saying to you that the government does not come to this House with any partisan, political, or any selfish end in sight. The government, sir, does not come to this honourable place, Mr. Speaker, sir. No honourable member of this government seeks, as a result of this piece of legislation, to derive personal gain or personal benefit. Sir, this is a piece of legislation which, beyond any shadow of doubt, speaks to the country Barbados as a whole. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Cabinet of Barbados does not come to this House with this legislation in the hope of achieving individual reward. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that virtually every member of the Cabinet of Barbados would already qualify to move within CARICOM as a result of the possession of skills. And may I say, sir, I believe that this may be, in fact, one of the most skilled cabinets that the country has ever been blessed with having preside over the affairs of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we really come to this place to do one thing and one thing alone. And that, sir, is to expand on the rights of Barbadians and to give to this generation, Mr. Speaker, and to give to generations yet unborn opportunities which, sir, really constitute a menu of options, opportunities, sir, that you nor I ever had. When we were born, Mr. Speaker, we were born into a Barbados that was 100 and still is 166 square miles. Your ambitions for whatever you wish to do in your life, you, sir, no doubt would have had the same experiences as I did. Some boy would say, little fellow, where you want to be when you grow up? If it was the honourable member, my neighbour, my illustrious neighbour in St. James South, little girl, you decide what you want to do when you get big. And whatever the answer was, Mr. Speaker, sir, it was something that was conscribed and limited to doing it within 166 square miles of Barbados from St. Lucie to Christchurch. What we now give to the people of Barbados, generations born and unborn, sir, is a menu of options that takes them for the first time as of right outside of the geographical confines of this little rock to be able to do and live their dream, meet their aspirations, sir, whatsoever ambition that little 7-year-old child may have beaten in his or her breast in the country of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in the country, sir, of Dominica, and in Belize. Now, sir, I pause there to speak to one of the tragedies of this debate, because the honourable member for, and you need to guide me on the rules, sir, because if you are, yes, because if you serve one constituency but have aligned yourself officially with another, which constitution do you really belong to? I think it's the people who elected you, so it will be Christchurch South. But let's, for want of certainty, say the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, sir, asked the simpleton's question. Why is it that Guyana is not part of this? Why is it that Trinidad is not part of this? Why is it that Jamaica is not part of this? As though, by singling out those territories, you have cast an aspersion of doubt on the credibility of this illustrious objective that was the dream of Arab Barra, that was the dream of Forbes Burnham, that was the dream of Michael Manley, that was the dream, Mr. Speaker, sir, of Eric Williams. And I say in all candor, Mr. Speaker, that an even larger dream may have been had by Sir Grantley Adams before them in terms of the federation of this region. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it was me who came back from Jamaica where the heads of government last met. And I returned to this country, sir, I believe, on a Friday. The next day, at Elara Court, the official residence of the Prime Minister of Barbados, I had a press conference, sir, at midday. I remember some of the journalists coming up there, and the first thing they tell me is, Minister, don't keep me here long, because we got to eat some pudding in this house. And I went through this, sir. This was not something done in secret. The day after coming back, I reported to the country. And explained then, as I obviously must now explain again, that Guyana's president made it clear that he didn't have any objection to what was happening in this region. But as he was about to go into an election, and remember, an election had already been called in Guyana in July of this year, that he would not force that issue now. Let people decide. The same thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, with Jamaica. In fact, sir, a lot of the negotiation we had to do as a result of postures and positions taken with our friends in Jamaica. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it was also made clear, and it is a matter of historical record in this region, and so it is a tragedy and a shame that the Leader of the Opposition would have us believe that he does not know, that Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bissessar was not in attendance in person at the heads of government meeting in Jamaica, and therefore no commitment to this process could have been given by the head of government of Trinidad and Tobago. So it is an act, sir, of either immaturity or nastiness, and I cannot attribute nastiness to him on the floor of this house, sir, that you would invoke into this debate the absence of 3 countries. Well, there are more than 3 absent, Mr. Speaker. CARICOM comprises 14. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is as if the honourable member does not know that one of the, in fact, he must know because he referred to it, one of the major and most esteemed institutions of the Caribbean community is our appellate court, the Caribbean Court of Justice. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, it was established by way of an agreement in the year 2001 on the 14th of February, a Valentine's Day gift to the people of this region. And at the time of its being established, sir, only 10 states signed on. So there's nothing new to CARICOM. 10 states, Mr. Speaker, sir, and then subsequently, that original jurisdiction of the court was signed on to by an additional 2 years later. On the 15th of February, 2003, Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines signed the agreement on that day. Yeah, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is nothing new to this region that we don't all move at once. But somebody has to move at some time if you are to make progress. And that is why I say, sir, that there is nothing that will change my posture about this being a glorious day. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we are doing in Barbados is answering a clarion call that was laid out for us years, decades ago. And it is perhaps more than that. It is perhaps a bit of a tragedy that so many who sat in that chair and then became prime ministers in their own right were unable for one reason or another to be able to bring this country to the point where we have that full freedom and fluidity of movement in this region. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to submit to you respectfully that if you believe in democracy, as this government does, then, sir, you will have to understand that one of the most precious rights that we can imbue upon any citizen is, sir, the right to life. And, sir, that goes beyond just your ability to respire. Implicit in that right to life, Mr. Speaker, sir, are a number of freedoms that are also, some of whom are also specifically referenced in our Constitution. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that implicit in that right to life is the ability or the right to live freely, subject obviously to the constraints of law, but to live in such a manner, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is of your choosing. In Barbados, you, sir, and I enjoy a right to live in a manner of our choosing. And if, sir, you feel that it is your choice to live in a wall house in St. Michael, that is of your choosing. And if I feel, sir, that it is my choice to live in a board house in St. James, that is of my choosing. And implicit in that, Mr. Speaker, sir, or going beyond that, is equally the right to work wherever I choose. In the 166 square miles of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have made a choice that I want to go down in Bridgetown and I want to hang up my little shingle that got on my name and my professional accreditation. And and I practice law there. My friend, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, decided, sir, that he wanted to practice dentistry. And he set up his dental offices in Christchurch, Mr. Speaker, sir. He worked where he feel like. And Mr. Speaker, sir, beyond that, there's the right to reside where we feel like. As I tell you, you choose St. Michael, somebody else will choose St. James, somebody will choose St. Lucie. But if you live where you want to live, you must have a right to leave where part you live and go elsewhere according to when you please, subject only to the restrictions of law. And in Barbados, sir, we do that. We move from parish A to parish B, crisscross all 11 parishes, and some members, Mr. Speaker, sir, of this House will know that you don't only cross the parish boundaries by day, but you cross them by night too. And go on back home. When then? You may have gone to watch football or night cricket or some other enjoyable nocturnal activity, Mr. Speaker, sir. But implicit in that is that you have a right to return where part it comes from. And equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is subject only to the degree of preference that you have as to what time you want to leave or what time you want to go back home. And nobody stands in your way. What we have done today, sir, is to say to generations that now come along and those that are unborn, that those rights that were limited to you and I, that I just itemized, sir, are now extended, and that you can, in fact, live in St. Vincent if that is your preference. That a Barbadian born in Redmond Village, St. Thomas, is entitled as of right to go if he or she chooses to St. Vincent, not just as a tourist, Mr. Speaker, sir, but to be determined upon entry into that country as being a person moving under the full free movement regime, And if he or she chooses to work, then they can do so, Mr. Speaker, sir, and they are able to do that without restriction or having to get a work permit or any other type of permission. And that equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, they're entitled to find a residence and to live there, Mr. Speaker, and not only to live there, but if they choose to leave there and go to Dominica, Mr. Speaker, sir, they're entitled to go into Dominica and do the same thing so that you can legally be actually a member of the Caribbean community. If you're a Barbadian citizen, you can be a member of the citizenry in St. Vincent and in Dominica and in Belize all at one time if that's what you want to do. In similar vein to what the Americans have been able to do under their federal arrangement, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's just that we ain't get there yet. And the reason we haven't gotten there yet is because there are political plotters like the leader of the opposition who do not see the big vision, cannot grapple with the big picture. Why is it wrong for that to happen in Barbados? Why is it something that calls for this kind of causticity as we saw in the House today, the type of negativity? But a little boy born in New York City, probably because he got blonde hair and blue eyes, is to be able to go to Chicago and set up residence, is to be able to go to California and set up residence, work wherever party feel like in continental United States. And we are not to aspire towards achieving that. We have to creep our way there, Mr. Speaker, sir. The shame is not that we have come this far. The shame is that we have not gotten further. That is where the shame is. No, Mr. Speaker, sir. As I say that, I say that another tragedy in this debate was when the leader of the opposition chose to go down the road of job aspirations for young people at the University of the West Indies. No, sir, there are a few things that amuse me in politics, you know. That a spokesperson of the Democratic Labour Party could come here, let alone one who found his way into this parliament on a Barbados Labour Party ticket, could come here to talk about the legitimate aspirations, job aspirations of young people at UWI. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, I say without fear of contradiction that any of the young people at UWI who are Barbadian bred and born are there today because the Barbados Labour Party government, sir, rolled back the imposition that was placed on their parents between 2013 and 2018, when access to university, sir, was virtually demolished. We ain't got to litigate that again. So I begin there. But I also go further. And I say to every one of those young people at university, they are now on the cusp of receiving something that I dreamt of when I was a teenager up there. And in my early 20s, up there. And if that is supposed to be held against me in Barbados, then let them hold it against me. Because it was my drive, my ambition, my desire, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in this region where I live, where I was born, that I should not be confined and constrained to being only able to be welcomed as a national in one country, but I wanted to be able to bestride all of the countries that I could, sir, and feel the sense of Caribbean nationality and ownership of the Caribbean dream. What foolishness are we being treated to, Mr. Speaker, sir? Are you telling me that the economist that was studying economics in the time that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would have been at the same university, he who was then confined to only being able, if he's a Barbadian, to work in Barbados, and will have to get a work permit if he won't work anywhere else. That, in economists, if he got a grandchild today, who is also studying economics at UWI, don't have to feel confined by anything, because he could pick up when he finished his degree and walk into St. Vincent and take up a job over there, the same way anybody in St. Vincent could today, Mr. Speaker. That is the transformation that we're talking about and has taken place. What foolishness am I hearing? That the statistician The man who went up in the social science faculty and studied statistics, Mr. Speaker, sir, 30 years ago, he could not dream of working in Belize. If he pick up a newspaper or a magazine and see that, oh, whoa, people in Belize getting paid good money, boy. But how I can get there? I will go get a work permit. If I get there, they might not want to give me one. That little boy at UWI today, that fellow who is now doing statistics, it is his right to find a job as a statistician in Barbados, St. Vincent, Dominica, or Belize, Mr. Speaker, sir. And when the rest come on board, the region is his oyster. It is not limited only to us. We are the ones who started. But the journey has to begin somewhere. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, you know, I come here and I talk straight. I do not need a voice coach. I gather the Democratic Party apparently has a lot of money to spend now that the leader of the opposition benefits from a voice coach, and I'm told an image consultant. Obviously, the image consultant has a lot of work to do, because if you stand up in front of a microphone, you got to spread out yourself and poke your back, and clearly there's a lot of work that has to be done on the image. But Mr. Speaker, sir, what we have done to this day, no, don't laugh. It's serious. What we have done this day, sir, is to look at a region that only knew what it was like to be kept down under the colonial yoke, the yoke of the colonial empire. That was what we inherited, Mr. Speaker, sir, you and I, when we went into school. There was independence that came along, and it liberated us. But Mr. Speaker, sir, the history was one of the yoke of colonial empire. The grandchildren of that experience, Mr. Speaker, today are now in a position where instead of the yoke of colonial empire, they can feel the impetus of empowerment. That they are now able, sir, to take this region as though it is their own. In the same way that we see all and sundry come down here and be able to do things in the Caribbean that we could not do, but we just watch. Mr. Speaker, it is now for Barbadian born to go and to make the most of opportunity that you didn't have, and that I didn't have, and your parents didn't have, and my parents didn't have, Mr. Speaker. That's what this is about. So I'm not going to be mealy-mouthed about it, and there's nobody that can come in here and make me feel that this is something that we should be anything other than joyous about. No, Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a context. Because we live in a time which is a crucial and serious time. We were told at the same university that if it is that your country is to be successful, you're a small, open economy. Get that straight up front. And therefore, there are some things that you must do, certain things you've got to be very careful not to do. Because, you know, at all times, you must have political stability. And at all times, Mr. Speaker, sir, they tell you that the investors must have confidence in you, and that confidence is born out of an assessment of your stability. No, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the mama guy that was fed to us. Not, I shouldn't say mama guy, because that is not parliamentary, but beyond that, there's some truth to it. But let me say this. Where I stand is that I am not prepared to be given tutelage from the North Atlantic about political stability, and I'm not prepared to be given tutelage from the North Atlantic about investor confidence born out of political stability. Because when I look to the North Atlantic, and I begin with the former colonial master, I am looking, sir, at a United Kingdom that between 2020 and 2025 saw 4 prime ministers. So I know that they could tell me anything about political stability. And equally, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I look just across the pond at France, I have seen now 5 prime ministers in the space of 2 years. I know that they could tell me anything about political stability. And when I look at the continental United States, Mr. Speaker, sir, what do I see? I see the military deploying themselves or being deployed in at least 6 cities. I hear threats of at least 6 more cities where the military will be deployed against citizens of the country. I do not know anywhere in the Caribbean where that is taking place, Mr. Speaker, sir. I don't know that I can be lectured about political stability. But what I do know is that in all of those countries, and in others that I have not mentioned, there is a creeping immigration policy that treats people who look like you, Mr. Speaker, and are of darker hue than you and I, or the leader of government business in this place, as being unwelcome, as being unwanted. And some of those people, Mr. Speaker, sir, have been up there working from 4 a.m. morning till past midnight in order, sir, to help build those people's society and economy. It so happens, sir, that the nature of human beings is that gratitude is not always to be found amongst us. And so therefore they now, having given of their best, are told, we really don't need you around us. No. The truth is, sir, if we don't realize that the only way forward is by building out ourselves as a region, to do what the Prime Minister has said repeatedly, come together to let many hands make our work lighter. That if we want to lift up this region, let us stop feeling that the region begins and ends with little Barbados and little Trinidad and little Dominica, but that we unify as best we can. We allow the skills we have to move freely as best we can. We allow the people, sir, who must find employment to be able to have a menu of options available to them. That if I get unfair by somebody in the dental office, Dr. Dugan is, whoever he might be, that I, sir, can go elsewhere. And if because Dr. Dugan, whoever he is, sir, got a large practice and a lot of influence over all the other dentists in Barbados, sir, that nobody can put my name in a position where I can't get no work. So therefore I have an option now. I don't have to go back to Dr. whoever and beg for a little break. I could say, Skipper, I am in Dominica and I work here with whoever it is. And you know what? They pay me better than you did too. I get through. I think little Rick told us that in Calypso, sir. I get through. I get through. And we have to empower our citizens, sir, to get through. Not only here, but the ones up there, or when I say up there in the North Atlantic, who are being treated in a horrible way in some places. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I heard the leader of the opposition make light of the need for us to be mindful of this country's population concerns. I almost said crisis, and perhaps that is the word I should use. Mr. Speaker, sir, I did not hear the way in which it was introduced by the honourable member who piloted this bill. But let me say, sir, I ask you to forgive me if I am being repetitive. But I must draw to the attention of this House, in case it has not been said, that in 2023 we had a population report presented to the government of Barbados. And it identified, Mr. Speaker, sir, that more people are dying than they are being born. That is a fact in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, the 2020 census tells us that the population of Barbados no longer is up at 290,000 as you might have thought, sir. And you will be forgiven for thinking that it was all the way up there. It gone right back down now to around 269,000, where it was when I was a little boy at school. I used to hear it was 266,000 people. Now I'm told it's 269, give or take 3,000. Mr. Speaker, sir, that's where we are today. So let us not fool ourselves, sir. What does that mean? And where this House has been failed, where this country has been betrayed by the leader of the opposition, where the Democratic Labour Party has again demonstrated its bankruptcy and unsuitability for governance, sir, is that which the Honourable Member for Christchurch East pointed us to is a severe and significant matter. When your population is dwindling, sir, you are looking at a declining tax base. When your population is dwindling, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is placing increasing pressure on the national insurance system. We are now at a point, sir, where the actuarial expectation is that by the year 2050, 25 years from now, because we're in 2025, coming to the close of it, there will be 1 in every 2 Barbadians who are over the age of 65. Who is to carry the senior citizens of the country, sir? If your tax base is declining, who is to carry the senior citizens of the country? Who among them will be some of the same pretenders to political office that are now poo-pooing and making light of the regime that we are trying to implement in Barbados? He will be one of the senior citizens if God spares his life, sir. We're nearly there now. And many others who will be running around behind him, polluting the night air when the night come. Mr. Speaker, sir, bankrupt of thought. And sir, we bring to this parliament, sir, a very credible solution. And they make light of it. It is as though the honourable member should never have mentioned the grim reality that every Barbadian should now be aware of and should be concerned about. That we are seeing more people in this country passing away than are being born. And that it creates a problem, because how does the government get revenue to give you the roads that everybody want, a better road? And may I say, my people in St. James Central want better ones too. And Mr. Speaker, sir, to make sure that you've got lights on every playing field, and to make sure that you want improved housing, and that government must make the interventions in the housing system to give you as many as possible. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, even as he's condemning the fact that the revenue base would be under pressure, he is demanding that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital perform better. This is the illogic, I hesitate to use the word ignorance, the illogic, Mr. Speaker, of that which this House was treated to today. Well, I go further, Mr. Speaker. There is a need for us to also recognize that one of the criticisms that have been levied, I'm not so sure it was levied in here, but I've heard it on the airwaves by spokespersons for his party, for the honourable member's party, is this question of Barbados, quote unquote, being overrun by what people call foreigners. Now, I find this interesting, because if a Barbadian is entitled to go into Belize or to go into Dominica, go into St. Vincent and be treated as though you're a Belizean, Dominican, or Vincentian, why on earth would you want to impose this foolishness about foreigners into the discussion? Well, surely if everybody did that, then we would be called foreigners over there, sir. And what I find very strange is that the leader of the opposition has been able to help earn his own personal living. Let me say it again. The leader of the opposition has been able to assist in earning his own personal living, as have I, by practicing our profession in the Eastern Caribbean. So I don't know what the difficulty is. Why is it right for the honourable member to be able to cross borders and get work, but it is a problem if my young man in Fitz Village and in Redmond Village and in Hoyts Village want to be able to cross borders and do some plumbing if they want to. Want to do some mason work if they want to. Want to do some carpentry work if they want to. Why is it wrong for them but right for him, Mr. Speaker, sir? And I reject this classist approach, C-L-A-S-S-I-S-T. Class is one of the worst things about Barbados, sir. This enduring filth that we call class. It is all right for the lawyer class and the dental class and the professional class to have been able to get that kind of opportunity. But the ordinary Barbadian, sir, should be denied it in perpetuity. Forever and ever. Amen. I am not there, and I will never be there in that. But what are the facts, Mr. Speaker, sir? The United Nations Economic and Social Affairs institution has estimated that 1/3 of the people born in Barbados, sir, reside overseas. That's 33.3% of those who are born here have gone to live outside of Barbados. What is the average of the rest of the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, sir? Are you curious, sir? Are you curious about the average of the rest of the Caribbean? Because the leader of the opposition certainly was not. But I believe, sir, you to be an intellectually curious man, I would tell you that the same United Nations Department on Economic and Social Affairs estimates that 7% of the population on average of the Caribbean lives overseas. 33% of our people, sir, living in other people's country. 7% of the rest of the region living in other people's country. But there are those here who will condemn movement and say the place can be overrun by foreigners. What are we doing in their country, or what should we be called, sir? What are we doing in their countries, and what are we to be called? You, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am sure have practiced overseas. The Honourable Attorney General of Barbados has practiced overseas. And so many of us in here have practiced our different callings overseas. And as I said, the Leader of the Opposition has done it repeatedly. No, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am not going to go into how much money he makes. I'm not descending into that.
Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also important to recognize another very important point, that we, sir, have to realize that there's a way of distilling this thing factually. There is an institution in Barbados called the Barbados Accreditation Council. And the Barbados Accreditation Council is that institution, sir, that deals with the application for what you used to call a skills certificate. Well, you still call it a skills certificate, because the truth is that if a Jamaican, sir, for example, or an Antiguan wanted to come here to work, he would have to have a professional skill still. The free movement is now for those people who are from the 3 countries that I are talking about with Barbados: Belize, St. Vincent, and Dominica. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Accreditation Council will tell you that the fact that a CARICOM national applies for a skills certificate in Barbados does not mean that the national will opt to reside and work in Barbados. Some do, but many do not. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll give you a clear example. I could graduate, if I was an Antiguan, I could graduate from KFIL campus, and I would say, look, one time let me apply for a skills certificate. It don't stop me from going on back home to Antigua. I got the skills certificate in my hip pocket in the event that I wish to come back to Barbados and pursue my craft as a skilled national. But sir, how do you know who actually move in to practice whatever they want to practice and do whatever they want to do? Where the non-Barbadian travels to or enters Barbados with a skills certificate, they have to have that certificate verified at the Barbados Accreditation Council. And it is the verification process. It is that when you go to get yours verified that we know you are here because you want to work here. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, what are the facts? According to this document, which I will make a document of the House, and it comes from the Barbados Accreditation Council, in the year 2022, Mr. Speaker, sir, a sum total of 110 people between Antigua, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, a sum total of 110 moved to Barbados under the skills certificate program. Here I tell you, all costs CARICOM. We're being overrun, Mr. Speaker, according to the Democratic Labour Party. 110 people came here as skilled nationals in 2022. 2023, Mr. Speaker, sir, 131. 2024, 121. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the statistics do many things, but what they do not do is to tell a lie. And that, sir, tells you the totality of what the threat is. It is virtually, sir, non-existent. And as I said, it is against the background of many more of our people. In fact, I believe that on the same day 1 of the movement, October 1st, we had 4 Barbadians, I think everybody saw it, showing up in St. Vincent saying, see my here, we want the full free movement opportunity and accreditation. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that in addition to all that I have said, I must also say a few things very quickly, because I know I have 1 minute left, if so much.
You know that
there is yes, sir, I am aware. There is, Mr. Speaker, sir, the question was asked, where is there no reciprocity with Belize? Sir, I believe the honourable member who piloted this bill made it very clear that there is an agreement with Belize that they benefit from what we call a derogation, sir. In other words, Belize cannot be reached directly from Dominica by a direct flight. It cannot be reached from Barbados directly by a direct flight. It cannot be reached from St. Vincent by direct flight. You can only get there by going through somebody else's country. And so therefore, sir, there is a need for a return ticket. If you're passing through the United States, the Americans will say to you, you will not be granted entry into America unless you have a return ticket. It's as simple as that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition seeks to make heavy weather over minute details. The other little matter, sir,
I remember you can go wind up.
I will wind up. I say I'm winding up, sir,
Yes.
is the question of citizenship by investment. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the exemption that has been given to all is that if there is a public health threat, you're not going to be allowed into the country. If there's a national security threat, you're not going to be allowed into Barbados. Mr. Speaker, sir, having a citizenship by investment accreditation does not make you a criminal. Earl Walton Barrow had an American wife. Why is it that we have a difficulty, Mr. Speaker, sir, with somebody who comes from the Middle East? Why is it that you got difficulty with somebody who comes from the Far East? Why is it, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if you come from America, blessed be you, but anywhere else, sir? I don't understand it. I can't understand it, Mr. Speaker, sir. And so therefore, sir, citizenship by investment does not implicitly mean that there's anything nefarious or dangerous or subversive about you. And we have to stop this. The country is bigger than this, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for your flexibility with regard to the few extra minutes you gave me. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am eternally indebted to you.
Honourable Member St. Joseph.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suppose seniority has its privileges. Mr. Speaker, the issue of freedom of movement appears always to have been a source of discomfort and disquiet across the region. I don't want to single out Barbadians, but I remember, Mr. Speaker, as a young professional, we had something, I think it was called the West Indian Commission, headed by Sir Sridhar Ramphal, and they published a set of recommendations after having gone across the entire breadth of the CARICOM states. And their document, Mr. Speaker, was called Time for Action. I remember it well. I remember a few of us filing into the steel shed to participate, for the most part as spectators though, in the discussion about regional integration. And in that exercise, Mr. Speaker, there were many contributions about things like monetary policy, Caribbean Union, whether we would have a single government, revisit the Federation, and a whole variety of things. And one of the things that was captured in every single meeting was the matter of freedom of movement. It is not new. Perhaps the one thing that we have to give the Leader of the Opposition credit for is outlining for us some of the early thoughts about movement of people in the region. When our own Errol Barra, speaking about the matter of freedom of movement, said that it was really only the politicians who were behind time, but that what he called the higglers and the hucksters, the fishermen, they were all moving freely across the region as they plied their trade. I believe, sir, that the fame and fortune of the Democratic Labour Party began to dim considerably in their thirst for political power in the early parts of this century. Because, sir, they were so intent on winning an election that they began to betray the principles that were espoused by Errol Barra and others in the intellectual hierarchy of that party. It ought to be a matter of the gravest shame for any parliamentarian to decry any effort to give action, to give teeth, to give reality to the matter of freedom of movement across the region. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in St. George, in the Sugar Belt, in the shadow of Lower Estate Sugar Factory. And all across St. George, Mr. Speaker, in the 60s and early 70s, you had Lucians and Vincentians who came here to cut cane. They used to live, for the most part, in barracks. Those Lucians and Vincentians and wherever, they never left. And today, 2 and 3 generations later, their descendants are playing a vibrant role in our Barbadian society. There was a time when we used to call those islands small islands, and we used to say they came up on banana boats. Loylands, that's right. Because we were inclined to speak of them pejoratively. But it is difficult to justify, that kind of attitude towards our brothers and sisters across the region when we realize, Mr. Speaker, that they are among the finest brains that the world could ever muster. How can I reject people of the like of our Nobel laureate poet, Derek Walcott, and also another St. Lucian Nobel laureate in economics. There we go. That was just a test to make sure that y'all were following. Mr. Speaker, but there's a divisiveness that rears its head among Caribbean people. You know, everywhere you go, people want to claim Rihanna because she is a Caribbean woman. Or literati, sir, proclaim the world over, and we embrace them because they're Caribbean people. But when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of daily living, there are those among us who want to throw up barricades to say, we might love you, but we don't want you. Mr. Speaker, in 1993, when that report was published called Time for Action, it was criticized because they said then that it followed too many UN norms, and they used a lot of things like recognizing and whereas and confirming and a whole set of that kind of fancy diplomatic speak. But for the most part, it did not settle on action. Mr. Speaker, how many times have Caribbean leaders talked about things, said we should aim for this? Perhaps the most frequently used adjective in the region in terms of diplomatic efforts is the word aspirational. You hear it every time. Oh, but this is aspirational. This is aspirational. That to just suggest, sir, that these things sound good, but they are doomed to elude us. We've gone past aspirational, sir. You know, I am so proud to be a part of a Barbados, Mr. Speaker, that stands up in a CARICOM heads conference and is prepared to be counted and agree to a decision which has been kicked down the road by successive regional leaders when it comes to this issue of full freedom of movement. I was present in Montego Bay in July of this year, myself, Minister of Finance, Senior Minister, the Prime Minister, Foreign Affairs, close enough, but no cigar. When 4 Caribbean countries were prepared to say, sir, time for action must not just be 3 words, that some of us have to be prepared to step forward and make it our lived reality. We have an article in our revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, I believe it's Article 45, which says that the member states commit to full freedom of movement within the CARICOM community. That is Article 45. And in 2007, Mr. Speaker, the heads at a meeting said, we are committing and agreeing for the freedom of movement of CARICOM nationals such that the moment they show up at a member state's door, they're entitled to 6 months. They're entitled to 6 months. Entitled, sir, that's the word. Entitled to 6 months. And we are a part of an administration that is willing to go further with our brothers and sisters in Belize, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines to say we are at the point where we want to deepen the question of regional movement, full freedom of movement, regional integration, and allow our people to move freely. There can be no nobler exercise in the region, Mr. Speaker, than that which seeks to bring our people together. None. And it can't be so hard. We work in each other's territories. We rely on each other for business. The OECS is the only region in the world with which Barbados enjoys a trade surplus. The islands of the OECS, sir, represent the place where Barbadian businesses earn perhaps most of their money. Or lawyers practice there, or doctors practice there. Regional integration cannot be achieved, Mr. Speaker, unless we grapple with the issue of full freedom of movement. But there are those who are xenophobic, and the leader of the opposition does not want to admit that he's xenophobic. But he's from a party, sir, that they say betrayed the leanings and the ideologies of people like the Right Excellent Sir Walter Barrow. And there are many others. They've betrayed that generation, sir. Mr. Speaker, that was a generation of leaders who went to England. For the most part, they suffered in the cold and the wet. I have met some of those individuals, sir. And they described to me how in the dead of winter, they had holes in the shoes. In the dead of winter. But they were in a crucible of intellectual thought where people from this part of the world and from the African continent and so on got together and fought for the concept of independence, which was to become a reality in later years. They say every generation has a task to fulfill. And their generation, sir, missed out the opportunity to fulfill the task of regional integration, and it has now fallen to us. But the honourable member, leader of the opposition, knows full well that his party paraded up and down this country in the lead up to the 2008 election, spreading the venom of hatred among Barbadians for people who came from Guyana, people who came from St. Vincent and the Trinidad, and that's what they did, sir. They fought an entire election on xenophobia to suggest that Barbados would somehow be better off if we put up walls and kept out people. Mr. Speaker, in the constituency of St. Joseph, when the Guyanese left, a lot of rum shots started to suffer, you know. And I'm sure this happened all across Barbados. You had farms that couldn't find no more workers. We threw out what was an excellent opportunity to lead on the altar of what it took to win the election, and the result of that was 10 years of hardship and suffering. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that people will always fear that which is unknown. They will always fear that which is unknown. But you know, I am, and I don't want to preach, because I can't preach. That was somebody else's job. But you know, I seem to recollect, and Member for St. Peter might send me a text message so I could read it now, like the leader of the opposition. But I believe there's a part of the Bible which says that you are to welcome strangers. I believe so. It says you are to welcome strangers. And you know, how many times have we been welcomed in other people's places, in their homes. We go to Trinidad on business, and we are taken into the homes of Trinidadians who embrace us as brothers and sisters. But somehow or another, it isn't good enough for Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, to me, this is no big issue. I mean, when the Minister of Home Affairs spoke about there not being a lot of people coming in, it wasn't to suggest that this was a failure. It was only to suggest that the fears of the Barbadian public that there was going to be a flood, a deluge of people descending into our territory was ill-founded. That's all he meant to convey. That Barbados and our economy and our way of life and our society was not at any risk because there was no deluge of people from Belize or Dominica or St. Vincent rushing into our shores because we are willing to open up our borders. Nor has there been a deluge in the other direction. But, Mr. Speaker, it suits the leadership of the opposition to try to put up a lot of straw men and knock them down in the absence of any serious criticism about the issue. You cannot identify from a single thing that the leader of the opposition said what his position is on the matter of full freedom of movement. And I would like somebody to ask him directly, are you in support of it or not? He asked the question, why isn't Trinidad and Guyana and Jamaica part of this? Ask them. Ask them. If they do not have the courage to step forward, then why is that our problem? They were not a part of the CCJ, sir. All know Trinidad and Jamaica are not part of the CCJ. But the CCJ is no failed experiment. The Honourable Member has appeared before it. I don't know if successfully or not, but he's appeared before it and he praises it. There are any number of regional institutions, any number of global institutions that do not see total participation, but that is no reason why we should suggest that it is not a thing of value. Jamaica, Guyana, Trinidad, they have opted not to come out of it. But we were at that heads meeting and we sat there and the head said, if you all want to go ahead, sir. And I want to read the decision of the heads because I think it is important that we see the language. And permit me to quote it, sir. I'm happy to make it a document to the House. I undertake to make a document of the House. So this is the decision of the heads. And we were in that room until 2 o'clock in the morning, and this came earlier than 2 o'clock, probably about 12:15 in the night. To advance the goal of free movement of all CARICOM nationals, hear that, sir? To advance the goal of free movement of all CARICOM nationals, heads of government, in accordance with the provisions of the Protocol on Enhanced Cooperation, authorize Barbados, Belize, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the participating member states, to among themselves grant their nationals the right to enter, leave, re-enter, move freely, reside, work, and remain indefinitely in the receiving member states without a need for a work or residency permit. No, sir. That is the decision of the heads to permit those 4 countries to advance. It wasn't a disavowal of what they were doing. In fact, they concede that it is to advance the goal of free movement of all CARICOM nationals. That's why I repeated it, sir. They didn't disavow it. They said to advance the goal of freedom of movement of all CARICOM nationals, they're allowing these 4 countries, they authorize these 4 countries to deepen their relationship in terms of freedom of movement. They support it. They're not ready for it. But for those of us who are, they said, go right ahead. And I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that in the same way that we've gone ahead on so many things, that others will follow. Remember, the leader of the opposition made heavy weather about the issue of reciprocity and no return tickets. You know, I don't know in what world he's been living, but he's clearly not been paying any attention to the international community, to the fact that it is a fundamental precept, sir, that those who are able to afford deeper integration should do so, while those who cannot are entitled to make a reservation. We do it all the time. We do it all the time. When we signed on to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, we entered the reservation on the death penalty. So it isn't that the absence of reciprocity defeats the exercise. Each state, Mr. Speaker, will go as far as their circumstances will allow without doing violence to the arrangement. Mr. Speaker, if I say I was traveling on government business to Panama last week, y'all remember going to ask if I had a private jet. I didn't, so I flew commercial. Do you know that before I had to go transit via Miami? When I went to check in to go to Panama for this meeting, sir, they wouldn't allow me to check in unless I could show them that I had a return ticket. I had to show the airline in Miami that I was not going to Panama on a one-way ticket. It's the exact same thing with Belize. It's the exact same thing with Belize. So this is, all that has happened is that because Belize had no direct flights, that in those circumstances, they have to be able to show the transiting country that there's a return ticket, because if there's an issue with the deportation, then it is the airline that got to send you back, and it'll cost, okay? But we've agreed to this, we've accepted this, we know it. But Mr. Speaker, that is the exact same arrangement as exists as a result of the 2007 conference heads. Y'all remember, it's operating as though this thing just came up as though it's in vacuo. This arrangement is based on the 2007 conference heads, and I can leave those things for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But that conference head said all CARICOM people should be entitled to travel as an entitlement. Now, sir, the honourable member spoke about the discretion that the immigration officer lost. Because the act says that you shall give the person coming in the indefinite status. Really, you know, he sits over there and castigates this side as though we didn't study the same law that he did. I suspect, sir, that we didn't. Because if he paid any attention, he would recognize that the very thing that he is saying we have now visited on the immigration officers is the exact thing that happened as a result of the 2007 heads. He's obviously never read the Shanique Murray against the state of Barbados decision. And sir, I don't think I need to make judicial decisions documents to the House, but permit me, sir, to just read a paragraph or so from the Murray decision on this matter of the discretion. Remember that the heads meetings, the heads decision said CARICOM nationals have the right to travel and to be admitted for 6 months, subject to the proviso that they're not undesirable or that they're not charges on public funds. So in that case, any CARICOM national showing up at Grand Islands Airport or immigration officer has to give him 6 months. He got a choice. He has no choice. But this is what the court, CCJ said. The CCJ, and I'm quoting, sir, from paragraph 64. The wording of the decision where it speaks about automatic stay or definite entry upon arrival suggests that the right does not depend on discretionary evaluations of immigration officers or other authorities at the port of entry. The fact that entry and stay are described as definite and automatic precludes any dependency of the right itself on the exercise of domestic discretion. So the CCJ is saying, because the decision is that you have to give the person automatic entry, there is no discretion. What is the difference in relation to the absence of discretion with the 6 months for all CARICOM nationals and the absence of discretion for indefinite stay? There's no difference. The immigration officers, and governments don't act capriciously, When this decision was taken in the heads meeting in July, we understood exactly what we were doing. Well, not we, I'm not a head, I was what you would call background vocals. Me and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But this is not an accident. This is not something that was an unintended result. You understood that you were committing your immigration officers to follow a particular course. But you also understood, Mr. Speaker, that it was previously considered in the Myrie Court of CCJ decision, and that we understood clearly that our immigration officers will have no discretion. What is the point of giving a person a right to come when an immigration officer can just decide, I don't like how you look? Doesn't work so. There's two things that allow him to say, I recognize that you have a right, but I'm going to refuse you, and that is whether or not you are an undesirable or whether or not you are going to be a charge in the public funds. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the case with everybody who come in our airport. You know, the honourable member wants to treat Vincentians and Dominicans and Belizeans bad, you know. That's what it is. But people of a different hue who land on BA or AA or Air Canada or Air Italia or Air France or any of the other A's that come into this country and walk through our airport, and he would be happy for the immigration officer, come right in, sir. Come right in, sir. Come right in. But our brothers and sisters who have the same experience, grew up eating the same food, suffer the same prejudices, we are to put up a wall and say, we don't want you. Members should be shamed. Spent a year and a half working futilely in Turks and Caicos. Get put out for doing bad work. The court asked, is this how you conduct yourself in Barbadian court, sir? We will not accept it in this jurisdiction. They challenge that. They challenge that. Can't challenge that. Sorry, yeah. Can't challenge that. You know, what we want for ourselves, we should want for other people. Mr. Speaker, I don't know that I have about 200 more points here. The law that we have crafted, and you know, there are a lot of things that in governance we consider. A commitment was given that on the 1st of October, we were going to do this. It reached the heads of government in July. And we had to determine whether as a country we could fulfill our solemn commitment. And we felt that we could. And in any instances where there were going to be a lag, we felt that we were able to address it because A, the lag was short, and that therefore there'd be little or no risk to the Barbadian society or the Barbadian public. The law absolutely allowed the minister to give a direction to the chief immigration officer that our policy of granting an indefinite stay was to take effect. The law absolutely allowed it. But some of these people who just criticize and open their mouth, they don't read the law that they want to expose. If they read the law, they would see. They would recognize that the Immigration Act says that the minister can grant any stay to anybody on such terms and conditions as he pleases. So he could do that. It only required that he delegate it and that he do it in writing, and we considered that, and it was done before the first plane landed. That's all it was required. So we are satisfied, sir, that we are on solid legal footing. But tell me, sir, today is the 13th of October. Is the leader of the opposition saying no to this bill? Is the leader of the opposition saying no to freedom of movement? Because the fact that Jamaica and Trinidad didn't come along is no excuse, you know. The fact that my neighbor might have mosquitoes breeding at them is no reason why I should not empty water out of any toxin at my house. That is putting up a straw man and knocking it down. He wants to use the absence of Jamaica and Trinidad. Since when has Barbados determined its relations with other states based on Trinidad, based on what happened in Trinidad or Barbados? Well, look at what happened in Trinidad and Barbados now. Trinidad and Jamaica now, sorry. And we differ in views. We don't make a decision on what we do based on how they operate. We're not suggesting that they are better or worse. We're just suggesting that we follow our own course. Is the member of Public Works saying that he objects to grant indefinite stays to those three countries? Is that what he's saying? Leader of the opposition. He's talked all over his face for 3 hours, but we cannot ascertain exactly what his position is on the bill. Is he objecting to letting them come in without work permits? Where does he stand? I will tell you where he stands, sir. He's ashamed to say it. But we said that when he left this side to go over there, he has to own everything that the Democratic Labour Party stands for, unless he decides to change. And he hasn't changed anything. So we know that the leader of the opposition now owns the attitude of a previous leader who said, ever so welcome, wait for a call. That was what he said. That was his mantra. A man with a Ghanaian father could tell people ever so, and an English mother, somebody said, and an English mother, a Ghanaian father and an English mother could tell somebody ever so welcome, wait for a call. And a St. Lucian wife. And that is the same government that in 2018 refused to allow people who met all the legal requirements, who had lived in Barbados for years, some decades, paid taxes, got Bajan children, but said, you cannot vote in Barbados. You cannot vote. That is what the honourable member stands for, and he has to be brave enough to stand up and own it. He is a disciple of xenophobia, and he must be crucified on the cross that he must carry. There are individuals, Mr. Speaker, who are far more enlightened than him, and I believe there are some in his party who are far more enlightened than him. I wonder what he would have said if Prime Minister Pierre in St. Lucia had agreed that St. Lucia could come into it. Because, as far as I recollect, they also had a person born in St. Lucia in this chamber.
That's right.
As a member of Parliament.
That's right.
So where does he stand? Or is this just another exercise in political sophistry underlined by his own political hypocrisy? Mr. Speaker, this bill is not intended to savage the Barbadian economy, nor is it even intended to save it. We save the Barbadian economy by the sensible decisions that we make every day. But whatever the outcome, sir, it is a noble course that we pursue today when we say to our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, we are one. Look at the NATO countries. Look at the EU, sir. You can walk from Spain and go into France and go to Sweden and move about and live and work. That is what we should want for another generation of Barbadians, that they can come and go freely and live their dreams. Who knows, in another 30 or 40 years, you might have a person of Barbadian roots being a president in Belize, or a prime minister in Dominica, or a prime minister in St. Vincent. That is how the region has lived and survived. Mr. Speaker, I have imposed too much on your generosity. I support this bill. It is, if the honourable member does not know how to dream, then he needs help of a different kind. But there are those of us on this side, sir, who sat, as we say in the country, side and side. Who sat side and side in the halls of Cave Hill, some of them in BCC, some of them even in our secondary schools, with people who we come to see not as Vincentians or Dominicans, but as brothers and sisters. And I want my brothers and sisters to be able to come and go freely through our shores, sir. I am pleased to support this bill, and I want to assure Barbadians that this is for the greater good, and the peril and fear mongering from the other side, sir, should not be allowed to prevail.
Honourable St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to join with the other members of this side who have acknowledged the Caribbean spirit, a spirit of mobility, a spirit of unity, and a spirit of our shared destiny. And that's how I contextualize the bill that is before us. So today I wish to join with those other voices who did so in support of the spirit of free movement. A principle, as we heard, that was enshrined in the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and that has been echoed in so many resolutions produced and supported by the labor movement over the years, particularly over the past 35 years or so, where for the most part, we have been in full recognition and support of the free movement or the right of Caribbean nationals, CARICOM nationals, to move freely within CARICOM member states. Every day, Mr. Speaker, whether it is in public life, whether it is in our perfect life, personal lives, whether it's in the lives of institutions, decisions have to be made, Mr. Speaker, when we contemplate decisions. We have to try to strike a balance in everything that we do. We urge people daily on the importance to strike a balance between rights and responsibilities. In this bill and in others, we are forced to consider the balance between progress and protection. And I dare say that a lot of the narrative around the free movement of labor has been seeking to strike a balance between opportunity and oversight. So as Barbados takes this important step towards the free movement of labor, I think that a lot of the concerns that have been emerging have been concerns that emerge around sovereignty versus solidarity and between national interests versus the regional integration. As we confront the issue of free movement of labor and as we seek to strike that balance, the question that concerns me or that frequently props up in my mind is how can we do so while preserving and honoring the dignity of every worker, of every person living in the Caribbean. As we seek to strike that balance, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded, and I want to quote it, reminded of the words of the late Michael Manley, who once said that self-reliance refers to our capacity to accept responsibility for our own development within the social grouping, while social responsibility implies our awareness that our development must take place within the context of a general respect for the interests of others in the group, that group being CARICOM, that group being our Caribbean brothers and sisters. But, Mr. Speaker, what is the balance that we must strike? It's the balance of our rights as citizens of Barbados and the responsibilities that we share with our Caribbean people. the responsibilities that we have to each other. And people might be asking what responsibilities, but when you sit on 166 square miles, you recognize how small and how insignificant you are, even when we come together as the 14 states of CARICOM jointly. Within the landscape, the geopolitical landscape that we must operate, we must recognize our smallness. And we must recognize that at some point, the aspirations that we have for ourselves are invariably bound up in the aspirations that we should share with each other. I also wish to quote from our first premier, who went on to be the only Prime Minister of the West Indian Federation, and who was a founder, or the founder, of the Barbados Workers' Union, when he cautioned a young union that the union must not only be for better wages, but the union must be for better men and women. And I think that as we examine the bill before us, that is how I would wish us to position it. The dignity, not only of the worker, but the dignity of a person must never be compromised. And that movement across our region must endeavor to ensure at all times the dignity of each other. The Caribbean Community Free Movement of Nationals Bill, a long word, a long phrase, is part of this broader vision that was set out in the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and we heard the Honourable Member for St. James Central recognize that it is also a vision that was held not only by an Adams, who became Prime Minister of the Federation, but by Barrow Manley Williams, and more recently, Owen Arthur, the late Owen Arthur, Prime Minister of Barbados, who piloted us through the CSME. I am pleased, therefore, Mr. Speaker, to be part of a parliamentary process and a labor movement in Barbados who supported this and who recognized that it's not something that just emerged on the 1st of October 2025. Our country has been observing free movement for years. And in fact, even until recently, it's because we have been seeing freer movement over the years that we have had to recognize the need for a national conversation in the construction sector, because right now in Barbados, that is where, as other speakers mentioned it, that's where we observe it, free movement in construction. But are we seeing it only by people that are our CARICOM neighbors? We're seeing it outside of CARICOM. We're seeing it coming in from Cuba. We're seeing it coming in from Mexico. And we often have to take pause and ask the question, is it legitimate? And why do I go there? Why do I go there as I started saying that I support something, but flagging what is potentially a problem? Because, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe that free movement in itself is the problem. It's the systems, it's the policies, and it is the laws that we have in this country that must be framed and enforced in such a way not to undermine something that is potentially good. I say potentially good, Mr. Speaker, fully recognizing that as there is much debate over population size and skills in a country, that everything that is done must be done in decency and in order. So as it relates to the free movement of skills, as a voice and a leading voice, the leading voice for labor in this country, I must recognize that free movement of labor, or free movement for labor, which would imply free movement of skills, is something that is potentially good for this country. But what has happened over time is that the framework that we have recognized and built into policy and legislation for that movement to take place has not been one that has been enforced in the strictest sense. And when things like this happen, what it does is it puts people on the back foot. And it causes people to consider whether that thing which we believe holds opportunity, presents opportunity, is getting the amount of oversight that is required to allow that good thing to be indeed good. So I look at the regional architecture and our Barbados leadership. As the previous speaker, the Member of Parliament for St. Joseph, said, this discussion or this free movement is not a sudden detour. It is the continuation of very hard work in our region. And I mentioned the leaders in the region that supported the free movement. But I was so pleased, Mr. Speaker, that 5 years ago, what the regional labor movement had been calling for actually came to fruition, and it came to fruition under the chairmanship of our own Prime Minister within CARICOM, where the space was created for the Caribbean labor movement to have a voice, to have a seat at the table in heads of government meetings, and to have the space to deliberate over issues like this. And indeed, it was in 2023, I know the last two speakers made reference to what took place earlier this year when a decision was made, but it was in fact at the CARICOM heads of government meeting back in 2023, the one in Port of Spain, where I had the opportunity to attend, where in principle a definite date was not set aside for the countries that will come forward, but the agreement was reached for CARICOM countries, among CARICOM countries, that there would be free movement. And participating, the 50th anniversary, that's right. And in participating in that meeting, there was no disagreement or dissenting voice saying it should not be done. In fact, there was full recognition that it should be done, but as we heard, countries sometimes have to safeguard their own sovereignty as well. And countries will determine for themselves when they do what they regard as the right thing, when they strike the balance for their people. So the strategic opportunities that we recognize that this bill for Barbados presents, it must never be just regarded as an immigration measure. And for the leader of the opposition to simply seek to lump this bill with an immigration bill, it shows that there is not a full appreciation, even there where one would expect that you ought to know for what the bill is intended to do, and is not an appreciation for the realities that we have in common within this region that we must confront, not as countries within the region, but that we must confront as countries, member states in CARICOM. Our population is aging. Births are no longer outpacing deaths. And that has implications as I look across and I see the Minister of Education. That has direct implications too for our education system. I remember growing up in primary school and the average classroom size was about 30 students. Now there is a reality, the lived reality here in Barbados. You go around our primary schools and you can see average classroom sizes of 12 and 14 and so on. And it isn't because other schools are overloaded, because at one point I thought it was a country phenomenon, a country school phenomenon. But what you realize is that there are fewer children coming into school because there are fewer children being born. And that is the reality that we face with an aging population, births not outstripping deaths, skills leaving faster as our children and as our people. Some people will leave. There's not everybody that grows up in a space that wants to stay. If we did not have migration, and if we didn't have a situation where people were leaving and going to other countries, the kind of development that we have observed would not have taken place, because some of them have gone overseas, some of them have been able to come back or send back their children, which is something that we're encouraging to also help in a managed migration way. So one of the things that I want to emphasize as we examine this bill and as the public at large still has opportunity to be discussing critically and objectively around free movement of labor. The issue that the labor movement had been presenting over many years is that migration is one thing, but the principle that is enshrined in the discussions and all the agreements that have taken place within CARICOM is that we must work to establish mechanisms for managed migration. And it is against that backdrop, Mr. Speaker, that what took place on October 1st, or the agreement that was made to take effect from October 1st, it is against that backdrop that we must understand that it is a continuum. It's not that everything is going to happen at one time, but I believe, Honourable Member, for St. James Central is over a 7-year period that we expect that progressive steps would be taken to give full effect to free movement within CARICOM. And what do I mean by that? There has been much ado over the fact, for instance, that primary schools are going to be bombarded, or the school system, primary and secondary schools will be bombarded with people from CARICOM countries. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, if the average classroom size is less than 20, and we know that there is a capacity because all of us have been schooled in a system where we had bigger classroom sizes. How 32, how is it that we expect that an additional 2 or 3 students coming into this space will undermine our education system? At most, what it will cost in primary schools is an extra lunch or 2. But it's the same teacher getting the same salary, and most times anyhow, we are supplying the resources, the books and so on. The schools supply it in the secondary school system and so on at a fee. So all this will continue to be done. We have had university graduates that are coming and working in our environments. And what the public at large might not always pay attention to, that outside of emergencies, that any access to the hospital system is paid for by these nationals. And even if it's a private ward where a national pays one fee, non-national is required to pay a higher fee. So, Mr. Speaker, we heard a lot about smoke screens before, and we have to be careful, especially when things are being said deliberately by people who should know better, and being put out there to a country where everybody doesn't understand what is going on in the same way. And it seems almost in the hope that it would catch and that people will just pick up on negativity. I often ask myself, as a person who is a leader in the labor movement and who has to represent people, therefore, across a political divide, it often begs the question for me, how do we try so hard to tear down that which we want to lead? It does not make sense. And the answer that often comes back to me, especially in recent times, is because we don't expect to lead and we want to make life more difficult for those who will be tasked with the opportunity to lead. And that is a very, very, very undermining characteristic to be projecting in a society as small as ours, where misunderstandings of our neighbors have the impact, the direct impact of affecting us all. So how does the framework take place? Previous speakers and the minister who led the bill is to be congratulated for the clarity which was given in presenting it. Previous speakers have made mention about the fact that you need a valid passport. You are granted indefinite stay on arrival, but within the conditions that I've mentioned before. Workers will be expected to pay into the revenue system. They're expected to pay into the NIS system. All the things that will help this country, called boosted taxes, boosted revenues and so on. But I do hear, Mr. Speaker, at the same time that we say these things, I hear the cries of those who are nationals, who are aware that every national is not even paying into the NIS system, and that there are nationals also evading taxes. So how do I see this within the context of the discussion that we are having? Mr. Speaker, I believe that for us, it presents an opportunity for us to tighten our systems. We have good laws, we have good policies, but good laws without monitoring and enforcement make for weak laws. So I think that when many of our citizens are crying out against the possibility that certain things that we expect to happen might not happen, it's because they're not seeing it now. And that is why the Minister of Labour and the Honourable Member for St. Peter is quite aware that we have been in discussions, as I said before, on the construction sector. Because where laws exist and where there are immigration processes that must be adhered to and are not being adhered to, it presents a good opportunity for us not to close those gaps only for construction, but for us to recognize that where we have signed on as one of 4 countries to free movement, and if we are going to derive the benefits and seize the opportunities that we anticipate we can seize, then it is incumbent on us to tighten the gaps, close the gaps. The bill allows nationals from Belize, Dominica, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines to enter Barbados. This holds the potential for removing bureaucratic barriers for them that delay or restrict employment. And if done right, it could reduce the extent or the instances of informal labor practices and allow people to join labor unions more freely. Because if you remove the informal barriers and so on, there's no reason for people to hide. And so a level playing field, for instance, can be created. As we seek also to clarify misconceptions, Mr. Speaker, we must be able to address certain things frontally and plainly. Free movement does not mean, and this must be the message coming from this Parliament, and it must be the message that comes from citizens who are engaged actively in free movement. Free movement does not mean open borders without rules. People who come to work here will be required to register. People who come to work here must pay their taxes. We were happy to hear the Ministry of Labour earlier this year, I believe it was in June, launch a labor registry. Free movement of labor must take place within context. Laws must be allowed to work, laws must be enforced. But striking the balance, Mr. Speaker, requires vigilance and it requires responsibility on all sides. Employers must not be allowed to bypass Barbadian work or lower standards. And I say so very cautiously because these are the kinds of noises that create confusion within the environment within which we must operate. Just one day after the free movement was to take effect among the 4 countries that signed off, a day later, in Barbados, we saw an ad by a fast food restaurant advertising that there will be a job fair conducted in St. Vincent. And that will be no problem because if there's a free movement of labor, free movement which includes free movement of labor, it might be considered that that could be permitted. But could it be permitted or should it be permitted within the context of not advertising in your own country? And that's why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that vigilance should be required. So what was done then, when the flag was raised, was a quick turnaround to make sure that a job fair for that company that had never been done in Barbados was done, and that it was done, carried out before carrying out the one in St. Vincent. And I only raise that because there are employers that will risk a thing, and they will try to bypass the process and make that which could be a good thing look like something that has undertones that one must be curious about and suspicious of. So government must also make sure that vigilance is adhered to. So that's government as it relates to the immigration department and all the different agencies, the Ministry of Labor. But I often say to our people, and it's the same thing, the same message that we carry about crime and that we carry about a number of things. If you say something, see something, you must say something. Even within the trade union movement, very often people require you to defend things and you don't even know until very often the horse has bolted. So I want to caution all Barbadians, in as much as we expect that there are opportunities that can be derived from the free movement, we must now create a space. We must now create a space where each citizen of Barbados, if they see that something that we said is supposed to happen does not happen, don't just step back and take it as that without challenging and without coming forward and bringing the necessary information to the authorities that can help. There is a fear that while promoting regional unity, this government, the Barbados government, becomes one of the four that can see the influx of workers in sectors already where there is limited job availability and where there's need for wage protections. And we therefore need to engage in monitoring constantly. Don't depend only on government or institutions, but as individuals to protect against job displacement, increased competition, and so on. You would recall that's not only in tourism, but we also had to counteract this very recently in the hotel sector, a sector where workers had come together and decided that they would not allow the national insurance system to go on there and so on. But a sector which, as soon as it was seemingly in the all clear, started sending out messaging about not having the appropriate skills and the need to bring in skills at the same time that that same sector was supposed to be training people during a period of downturn on account of COVID. So we really must keep partners. In Barbados, we boast of having a thriving social partnership, and we must keep partners accountable for the decisions that are made and supported jointly. Free movement was not opposed by the private sector. It was not opposed to by the labor movement, but for movement to achieve what we hope it would, we must keep each other accountable. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the spirit of this bill. I said before that it reflects the unity and mobility that is possible. And as I prepare to close, I recognize I made mention of education from the point of view of classroom size. But I believe that integration should sharpen our focus as well. Minister of Education and Honourable Member for St. James North. Integration should sharpen our focus on skills for the future. It has long been understood that the education system in Barbados is not properly aligned to the needs of the labor market. And we now have an opportunity within the context of this discussion to not see large cohorts of children coming out in areas where there's already heavy saturation, but we have the opportunity not only to develop local talent, but for talent to rub shoulders and be educated alongside people of a different culture, other experiences and so on, to provide for Barbados the best possibility that can feed into our labor market system once they are nurtured and once the education system channels people in the right direction. This is one of the things that I am optimistic about, that integration will focus us to consider this more directly, even as we go about the business of transformation in the education system. As it relates to enforcement and fairness in practice, I already touched on that as I mentioned the fact that public safety and entry into the labor market, entry into professional vocations and so on will depend on lawful entry and will therefore require, I imagine, active data sharing among member states and among labor inspectorates as well on how the transition, how the movement should take place. I therefore look forward to the discussions that we've been having recently with the Ministry of Labor to have a more well-resourced labor department, because everything that we've discussed, and if we're going to monitor and enforce, we therefore need the appropriate skills and dedicated attention within the Ministry of Labor to address the issues of integration. So finally, as we look ahead, I'm sure that in the coming days, weeks, and months, there will continue to be debate around this issue. There is the question that has been raised among many of why the government didn't bring this before for discussion, for open discussion. There is concern that we discuss a number of other things, so why we didn't have the opportunity to discuss this particular thing. And I feel that anybody can be forgiven for an oversight where for the last 50 years it is all we have been discussing. We have been discussing it at our universities. We have been discussing it in secondary school as part of the CXC program. Well, for those of you who have the fortune of living with elderly people in your house, every Monday morning on Morning Barbados, you will be able to hear the ambassador for CARICOM speaking about free movement of labor. At least 90% of the Monday mornings, you will hear it. You will hear it. So the discussions have been ongoing. And I position it there because even as the bill passes, as we anticipate the bill passing in the Houses of Parliament, I would urge people to still continue to be part of the discussions, because as we have heard from as far back as 1973 under the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, there have been different legs of this journey that have been completed. And as we prepare to work towards full movement within the region, it is still a good time for individuals to offer any inputs that they have that can sharpen the systems that will give full and effective effect to the movement of labor. So looking ahead, the public, I anticipate, will see information coming from the Ministry of Labor. The public will, as I anticipate, will see information coming from the Ministry of Home Affairs and other agencies on the implementation. And as we continue to explain rights and responsibilities, we will also explain how people can comply and, of course, how people can benefit. The goal, as I said, Mr. Speaker, is to strike the balance between openness and order, between fairness and the freedom that is designed. And that is where progress and real progress, in my view, lives. Democracy is not just about causing confusion, as some people interpret it, But democracy, if we are going to have an effective democracy, is about our contribution and our cooperation. And the best way that citizens who have urged to be vigilant can cooperate is by giving us their views. We must ensure that integration does not breed division. So while I support inclusive governance, and while I support this bill, I want to urge that these changes be accompanied by a very robust public education that sensitizes our people and raises the understanding among people and the comfort level among people that the processes that we know to be transparent are going to be as transparent as we say they are. Mr. Speaker, sir, my intervention today, therefore, as I said, wasn't to contemplate where this parliamentary debate would signal the end of a conversation, but rather a part of a conversation which must be ongoing, and a conversation that we in here must commit even among the fear-mongering and all the negatives that have been assigned. We who know better must ensure that the conversation continues to take place not with fear, but with the vision that was imagined when the Treaty of Chaguaramas was signed. The vision that was imagined when leaders that went before us articulated it, and the vision that we believe in here that will lead to a stronger and more active democracy, not just for our sovereign member states, the sovereignty of our member states, but for our people in the Caribbean as a whole. I urge, therefore, our citizens to participate, ending with the fact that democracy is not only about commentary, but democracy is found best where all of us get to contribute and participate. So with those words, Mr. Speaker, I am obliged. Let us strike the balance boldly, wisely, and pursue the vision. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my voice and support unequivocally to this bill. And let me, at the onset, commend the Honourable Member for Christchurch East for not just his delivery, but the work that he and his team have done in order for us to be able to debate this today. And kudos must be given to the Honourable Member for that work, Mr. Speaker. Today, as a Barbadian, not just as a parliamentarian or as a Minister of Educational Transformation, but as a Barbadian, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly pleased and proud as to the moment in which we are debating this bill. For years, as you've heard, honourable members have said previously in this debate so far, throughout our lifetime, we've heard at school, in social studies class, in university, in the highways, in the byways, in the shops, in our households, in churches, the discussion surrounding Caribbean integration and the pursuit of ensuring that our people can move freely across the region. This, in many respects, over time, over the last 50, 60 years, have moved in different paces, incrementally, different treaties, revision of treaties, different developments we've achieved in this pursuit. But I'm happy to stand here as a Barbadian and as part of an administration which has now been able to, not in the entirety of the Caribbean and CARICOM, but 4 member states, sovereign states, deciding that they want to pursue the full movement of their people. And this certainly not only is a historic day for Barbados and for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Belize and Dominica, but this is a moment that every young child in school, every adult who's left school, must now take stock of where we are and where we've come and where we have to go in the pursuit of ensuring that full mobility is not just now the reality, but we must now tap into the benefits of what this means for our people. And I'm even equally more proud to be part of an administration, of course, which, as a party, was founded and led by Grantley Adams, who had the vision, of course, and was the first and only Prime Minister of the West Indies Federation. And in the party's constitution, it speaks very clearly to the fact that integration and regionalism, as it were, is part of the very fabric of who we are as a party, and is a philosophy grounded in ensuring that as Barbados thrives, it cannot be delinked from CARICOM and the region's pursuit, and ensuring that we can do so together. But equally, it is not just a Labour Party endeavour. Errol Barrow, the founding father of Barbados, the first Prime Minister of this country, he himself was an avid regionalist, Mr. Speaker. And in his words, in and out of Parliament, and certainly as Prime Minister, he made it very clear where he stood with respect to the pursuit of regionalism and the ideal pursuit of the full mobility of people across our region. And I start there because in this debate, and you would hear members from our side, and certainly the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, always remind us there's certain things in which a country must have a bipartisan approach and a view that you rise above partisan politics in the pursuit of significant national development. Mr. Speaker, I put it to you that today is one of those moments, or at least it ought to be. And I say that cognizant of the fact that a number of prime ministers thereafter have made it their business, not just from a legal and constitutional perspective, Mr. Speaker, but anchored in a conviction that if Barbados is to advance as a region and to grow and to continue to provide a quality of life for its people, we must do so with our regional brothers and sisters in being able to build out our national and regional strategic imperatives in a constantly changing global environment. And I want to take this opportunity to commend the heads of government for the 4 member states, of course, our very own Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Prime Minister of Dominica, the Prime Minister of Belize. And what is very clear is that we must now use this moment to redefine, not just within the context of full mobility for the 4 member states who have now advanced in this pursuit, but what are the benefits that we must now use to leapfrog our development in Barbados, whilst tapping into the opportunities that present themselves in the other 3 jurisdictions. But I want to touch very briefly on a number of matters pertaining to this endeavor in the context of education. Part of this exercise, Mr. Speaker, requires Barbados and our 3 other member states to ensure that there's full access to education at the primary levels and the secondary levels. And why is this important? If you're going to move across the region, education is a cornerstone and a foundational element of an individual's development. And the countries have made it very clear, if our people are to benefit from the full process of full mobility, education certainly is and will be at the cornerstone of that endeavor. And I'm happy, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that Barbados certainly, in its pursuit of this endeavor, has already started very clearly the process to make sure that every child coming from St. Vincent, and Belize, and Dominica receives national treatment, just as a Barbadian child would in the process of attaining that education. What are some of the elements? When a citizen from any of the 3 other participating member states come, upon registration, of course, at the Ministry of Educational Transformation, like their Barbadian counterparts, they will now no longer need to have a visa issued by the Immigration Department, but will simply operate as their Barbadian counterparts do. That is the purpose of ensuring that national treatment is there. Of course, part of the requirement, similarly for Barbadians going to other countries, will be to ensure that your history as a student follows you. And what does this do? So of course, through school reports, it allows for the receiving country and the receiving school to be able to track where you are and to ensure that your development as a child goes on a continuum. And therefore ensuring that that child is not disadvantaged because, of course, they're now having to start over. It puts the education authorities in a very strong position to be able to carve out a space for that child to continue to grow and to learn in the education system. So yes, we're discussing this in the context today of Barbados, but equally for Barbadian children going to St. Vincent, Belize, and Dominica, a similar process is in train. And equally, the parents, of course, or guardians of these children will be required normally to show the relationship between the child, the citizenship of that child, of course, coming from the 3 member states. But what it does is to ensure that there's certainty that every child coming into our system from those 3 countries that I outlined, and Barbados when they go to the other 3, that they know that these are the citizens from the 4 countries participating, so there's no ambiguity. It's very clear, and we can then move on in that regard. And equally, I'm pleased to also report that I've had discussions with my regional counterparts from the other 3 member states, where we've decided that as the process continues to roll out, we've agreed, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there's harmonization of process, so that what happens in Barbados can happen in Belize, can happen in Dominica and St. Vincent, so that parents and children, as they move, there is a harmonized approach that ensures certainty and therefore reduces any level of ambiguity whatsoever. But as we also look at regionalism broadly, within the context of education, you oftentimes, if you listen to the calling program or you listen to those outside, you ask yourselves, what are the benefits of Barbadians? Barbados, of course, is a country that is seen as a great catch for many in terms of development, the prospects, the quality of life, the strength of our currency. But many of those things, I've long held the view, and this government certainly has held the view, that the region presents also a great opportunity for our citizens to benefit with the movement going out of Barbados into those jurisdictions. Not just to find jobs, but equally, how do we now use the strength, of course, of our currency to further set up, and I use the word further because it already has happened, but to now with pace further advance the establishment of businesses, not just large companies, but medium-sized and small businesses going into the other 3 jurisdictions to do so. But what is good about this process, Mr. Speaker, is that any Barbadian family, parent, guardian, now moving to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica or Belize, and they want to take their children whilst pursuing investing in those jurisdictions or doing business there, they don't have to now apply for visas for their children to access education in those countries. And this is a transformational exercise, in my view, Mr. Speaker, for Barbadians now accessing education across the other 3 member states. And when you look, therefore, at what has been laid very clear by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East in leading this debate in unequivocal terms, outlining a clear process as to what are the benefits, what are the tenets of the bill, and how do we now move forward. And you therefore contrast that, Mr. Speaker, with what was presented here today by the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. You have to ask yourself, do we live in the same country? Are we reading the same set of facts? Is it a situation where there is a level of misunderstanding, or is there an ulterior motive being foisted on the back of Barbadians by the Leader of the Opposition in trying to ensure that the people who must benefit most from this bill and the process, his utterances and his words, in my view, is to take the aspirations of Barbadians and to thwart that with pure political agenda. And I say that because we have a situation, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic Labour Party is now led by the Honourable Member for Christchurch South. But ironically, at a time when the Honourable Member should be reflecting on the legacy of his past leaders in the party. And I start with the Honourable, with the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, the founder of the Democratic Labour Party, who was an unrepentant regionalist. Unrepentant. And when he was Prime Minister of this country, and certainly in this chamber, he would have given speech after speech after speech, not just within the context of Barbados' development, but regional development. And I want to remind the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, notwithstanding that he's not here, which has not become any surprise to any of us in here, Mr. Speaker, that the founder of the Democratic Labour Party was one of the Prime Ministers who formed CARIFTA in 1965, which was the framework for regional trade. He went further in 1973, and of course we now speak of the Treaty of Chaguaramas, which has then been revised to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. But it was also Errol Barrow who was one of the architects of that treaty. But I go further. Errol Barrow was not just simply someone who spoke about regionalism, he lived it. And he oftentimes spoke about the fact that notwithstanding all of these things that we're doing at the political and legal levels, that the ordinary Caribbean man was already in the pursuit of regional integration, getting about their ordinary lives on a day-to-day basis. That was the head and founder of the party of which the member of Christchurch South now leads. And I describe today's presentation by the leader of the opposition as a cacophony of ironies, and a leader of the opposition who's at variance with the philosophy of Errol Barrow. And that is clear. And you recall one of the last acts that Errol Barrow, well, let me put it like this, Mr. Speaker. The last thing that the country would have done for Errol Barrow at his request was to scatter his ashes across the Caribbean Sea. Because he was very, very clear, and unrepentantly so, that even in death, his love for originalism and his pursuit must be very, very clear. Very, very clear. We have a situation, Mr. Speaker, even after Errol Barrow, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, who came immediately after him and Prime Minister, in 1989, at Grenada in Grenada, the Declaration. A statesman, Erskine Sanford, made it very clear that the Grenada Declaration, which of course was the precursor for the CARICOM single market and economy, was a declaration not just in name, but that it would now catapult regional integration in a way that hitherto had taken them so far, but no further. That was, again, a former head of the Democratic Labour Party and a former Prime Minister of this country. Thereafter, in more recent vintage, the party, having lost its way, had leadership that did not understand that as a small, open economy, as part of a regional integration exercise, in an ever-changing global world, that we need the Caribbean more than ever before. And as you heard the Honourable Member for St. Joseph quite rightly recall, that there was an exodus of our Caribbean brothers and sisters in this country between 2008 and 2018, when the Democratic Labour Party in Beijing Palance kicked out many of our brothers and sisters out of this country in some of the most unceremonious ways that you can think possible, Mr. Speaker. lest we forget that many of those persons were from Guyana, Jamaica, and a number of our brothers and sisters in OECS territories. But life has a way of sometimes reminding us to be humble. One of those countries now, Mr. Speaker, is the fastest growing economy, not in the region, not in this hemisphere, but according to international benchmarks, the world, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, life has a way sometimes to remind us to be humble and to remain humble. And I say that when you now look, therefore, at what we heard, not just today, but if you took a cursory glance at social media over the weekend, Mr. Speaker, you would have heard, and ironically so, a number of interventions, I'm told, at a march, where a number of persons parading in and around the march. Some of the most vocal in that march, Mr. Speaker, were not necessarily only Barbadians, persons born outside of this country, trying to lecture this administration on regional integration. And it is ironic that the leader of the opposition has associated himself openly with persons not born in Barbados, but are peddling strong sentiments of xenophobia in Barbados. It is the biggest irony I've ever seen. Very ironic. And we have to now ask ourselves, where will he end? At which point will he ask himself, if Errol Barrow were to come and talk to me today, what would he say? The Honourable Member for Christchurch South, in my view, Mr. Speaker, I can help him in that regard. I am no prophet. I can't look into the future. But I am sure if Errol Barrow had to speak to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, the leader of the opposition, he would say to me, "Go from me, I know you not, because you bear no resemblance to me, my philosophy, my ideology, in conviction, in compassion, in care, nor in vision." And we now have a situation, therefore, that this administration, as well as right-thinking Barbadians, must continue to pursue this endeavor, because our history tells us that Barbados has been strongest when we have been woven deeply with our brothers and sisters in our region, and the ever-changing global reality beholds of us to put the agenda of our country on firm footing even further, and not to be distracted by xenophobic sentiments. And what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that long ago, 10, 20 years ago maybe, a lot of the things that were said in this chamber, other countries in the region would hear it perhaps in a news report the day after or 2 days after. In the age of technology, these things are heard instantaneously. And it is very sad that a number of my regional friends and colleagues, within the last 3 to 4 hours, I kid you not, expressed deep shock. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, because oftentimes the leader of the opposition, he says things and not realizing the consequences of what he says. They've expressed deep shock within the last 3 hours of what they heard today with respect to the sentiment towards regional integration. And let the record reflect, in my humble view, he owes the people of the region an apology. But, Mr. Speaker, I just simply want to say this. There's one certainty about the future of the world, that it is filled with uncertainty. And that uncertainty can only be met with bold vision, leadership, and a leadership that understands and underscores the importance of working together, tapping into new skills, ensuring that skills deficits can be met with good ideas from across the region, persons who are educated not just formally at the university level, but citizens who have demonstrated resilience in a day-to-day, ordinary way of life that can benefit Barbados, and Barbados can benefit the region, and we therefore must stand shoulders to the task in ensuring that we can put this country and this region on further footing of success. I want to once again support this bill, and long may we advance the pursuit unrepentantly, Mr. Speaker, of full mobility and full regional integration in the Caribbean for the benefit of our people. I thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have been in this parliament for, 34 years in terms of both the upper and lower house. And I have cause to recall it because this perhaps is the first occasion that I've been here that a matter on regional integration has led to this kind of divisive debate that I've seen today. And other members have spoken about it en passant, and I will not dwell on it, but I intend to reflect on where this country finds itself and what must secure its stability and its growth over the course of the next few decades, particularly at a very difficult moment in history. If ever there was a need for solidarity, if ever there was a need for cooperation and freedom of movement, if ever there was a need for functional cooperation, Mr. Speaker, it is now. In 1989, when the Grand Anse Declaration was signed, the Barbados Prime Minister at the time was the then Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford. And he understood that Barbados's population and Barbados's size did not lend it easily to being able to stabilize growth, to stabilize the country, and to secure growth without us having to have a few things done in our favor. His was really only taking the baton from his then founder leader, the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, who appreciated that even as federation collapsed, that Barbados could not go it on its own, and that there needed to be some kind of economic agreement that would offset the limitations of size that we faced as a nation. Mr. Barrow, to that extent, would have gone with CARIFTA, the Caribbean Free Trade Area. And this was the precursor to what we now have as CARICOM, Caribbean Community. 1989 comes around, and between the beginning of CARICOM and 1989, Trinidad was really the country that probably benefited the most because we were dealing with the free movement of goods. And Trinidad, by reason of its competitive advantage in energy then and now, has had a competitive advantage in manufacturing in a way that the rest of us, from Jamaica right back down to Guyana in the south, and of course the smaller islands, Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, did not have. And therefore, Sir Lloyd and those who governed Barbados at the time, supported then by the then leader of the opposition, Sir Henry Ford, and indeed subsequently to be executed by the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, who succeeded Sir Lloyd as Prime Minister for 14 years, that they would then give breath to those things that were that were signed by Sir Lloyd in the Grand Anse Declaration. I well remember as a young minister in the cabinet, the Intergovernmental Task Force led by Mr. Nigel Barrow, who had responsibility for drafting out and giving breath to the Grand Aunts Declaration in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, as we have now come to refer to it as the platform for the CARICOM single market and ultimately economy, and all of the things that flow therefrom. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't only in the removal of the obstacles for the CARICOM single market that we had virtual unanimity across political parties, but it was also for a key institution. And I heard the Honourable Attorney General refer to the fact that while that institution exists, and all member states who are signatory to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas are members in its original jurisdiction, that there are only a few countries that chose to join it in its appellate jurisdiction. And that was, or that is, as I'm referring to it, the Caribbean Court of Justice. It is of significance to me that the then leader of the opposition, Mr. David Thompson, he too distinguished himself in the line of the leaders of the Democratic Labour Party that preceded him, to be able to find common purpose with the then government, just as Sir Henry found common purpose with Sir Lloyd, just as the other leaders of the opposition from the days of Carifta and the emergence of CARICOM found common purpose, and just as even in the embryonic days of the Democratic Labour Party as an institution, they found common purpose and in fact ran a slate of candidates, I don't think they were very successful, for the federal elections that led to the West Indies Federation of 1958. I start here, sir, because what we heard today continues to be an unfortunate representation by the leader of the Democratic Labour Party with respect to those matters that are critical for this country's national development. Indeed, it was an embarrassing and lazy excuse to what is truly a seminal moment in the history, not just of regional integration, but in this country's development. So I asked just now for the social and economic report of this country laid in this Honourable Parliament in 2024. And I turned to page 155, table 54. This is an official document of the government of Barbados, by the way. And in the year 2000, and I remember well because I was a young Minister of Education, and that is why these things stuck out, why we went with the National Population Commission as soon as we came into office. But 3,762 people were born in the year 2000. 2,444 people died. And that was in a population of 268,800. Ironically, the one year that exceeded that in this 21st century is the year 2001, when we had 4,052 births and 2,408 deaths and a population of 269,800. You say, why is the Prime Minister going into these numbers? Because I want the people of Barbados. I could die tomorrow. God willing, hopefully I will not. But I want the people of Barbados to have the facts. We may disagree on the opinions, but let us agree on the facts and the reality of our condition. And if you sit in leadership in this country, you have a responsibility not just to look at today, but to be able to help this country plan out its future over the course of the next 20, 30, 50 years, and in some instances, even 100. Sir, I go to 2015 only because 2015 represents 10 years ago. And because I'm going to give you some educational numbers from 10 years ago too, to drive home the point that I want to drive home. Because there has been much scaremongering by the opposition, by this leader of the opposition, and by some of the members that he has in his party who want now to offer themselves to the people of this country as guardians of the future of this nation and of the welfare and well-being of the people of this nation. Sir, in 2015, there were 2,877 births, a drop from the 4,052 of 2001. Do the numbers there for me, please. William, 4052 minus 2877. And come back to you. At the same time, in 2015, all of a sudden the number of deaths are almost the same. 2,570 deaths. So the deaths up until then had remained relatively constant, but the births were dropping at an alarming rate. Now, if he really wanted to tell us something, he would have to tell us what they were doing in George Street to ensure that between 2008, when the births were 3,546, and when we came into office in 2018, it dropped 1,000 to 2,415. And I could be facetious just like him and locate this debate in what was done in the last decade to cause Bajans to stop having children in this country. But I'm not going to, because this is not a partisan political debate. This is about the future well-being of this nation. So that in that period between 2001 and 2015, you had a drop of 1,175 births. Or to put it another way, more than a 25% drop in the number of births in this country, while deaths remained more or less constant. Let's go forward again. And by 2023, I don't want to give you the 24 numbers because those are still provisional in this report. So I will stop, even though the 24 numbers are here and horrifically low. I'll stop at 2023. 2,229 deaths, births in 2023. So you've gone from a height of 4,052, and 22 years later, you're at 2,229. That is almost a 50% decline, Mr. Speaker. In terms of deaths, you all of a sudden had 3,360 deaths because the population is aging. So you have more people who are elderly as a percentage of the population over the course of this century. And Mr. Speaker, you only had to listen to some of the Parish Speaks and Ideas Forum to hear parish by parish by parish how low school numbers are in some of the schools in this country. There are some primary schools that were built to have 450, 500 people, children, and they are now struggling to have 60 and 70 children. In total, Barbados had 48,218 children in primary and secondary school in the year 2015. Barbados today, at the end of the school year 2024-2025, had 38,965 children. At no stage, even with the decline, did the Democratic Labour Party say, let us establish a population commission. Let us see what is happening in this country. And I have no doubt that the member for St. Michael South Central, who did the work to get the population commission off the ground, will speak to it when she gets up. And she will also speak to the fact that those persons serving on under that commission, under the distinguished leadership of Roberta Clark, who is our member on the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, that they did not take a cavalier approach to the planning either. And this will come up when we deal with the other bills that are not before us, and I'm not going to breach the rules of this chamber by anticipating a debate that is not yet before us, particularly when those bills have been sent to select committee, and ironically, as fate would have it, the same member for St. Michael South Central will chair that committee and therefore is well briefed, given her previous assignment as the person in charge of the work of the National Population Commission. I say these things, sir, because I am truly bothered about the future of this country. I am truly bothered. When you have a member of the Democratic Labour Party who is a lawyer and who served on the Electoral and Boundaries Commission on behalf of the previous leader of the opposition, and he could continue to cast aspersions and insinuations that this is being done to pad a voters list, then we have a problem in this country with those who are presenting themselves to represent people and to be strict guardians of our faith, to build out this country. Because the one thing that a member of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission must know is the Representation of the People Act. And a lawyer at that. No, that's the leader of the opposition, who is, I call him a senior counsel. He chooses to call himself a King's Counsel. I can't help if he still wants to grow up stupid under the Union Jack. I can't help that. But my point is this, that member who is a senior counsel, King's Counsel by his own acclamation, and the person who speaks on his behalf in the Democratic Labour Party, who served on the Electoral and Boundaries Commission until he resigned a few months ago to become a candidate for the Democratic Labour Party, knows full well that the Representation of the People Act states clearly, and it is repeated in this bill, that you cannot vote without being present as a Commonwealth citizen for 3 years. So that even if that fanciful folly that they are engaged in was even to have an element of any form of truth, those persons, Mr. Speaker, could not vote until after this term comes to a constitutional end in 2027. Do you understand that they really feel that Bajans out there are Mujans? That Bajans don't know better? And that while the numbers are falling in schools, they feel that the intellect is falling too? The leader of the opposition said that the social services will collapse. They accuse, in addition to the voter padding, and I have already had cause to tell him on the voter padding allegations, put up or shut up. because the last time he brought those allegations was in relation to Chinese workers being able to vote in this country. How much more are we going to tolerate in terms of this behavior, this fanciful behavior that mirrors fiction rather than fact? And when reality refused to cooperate with his Enid Blyton storytelling, or should I more refer to it as Mills and Boons, because he's in love with his own voice, Mills and Boons storytelling, he then goes to another form of creating anxiety and xenophobia. Tell him to go and tell Professor Eugene Barreto, that because she's born in Grenada that she shouldn't have been able to go to school here or become a principal here. Tell him to go and tell all of the Caribbean people, we just came out of the St. James North by-election. Why is it that he ran somebody who is not born in Barbados? Why is it that the primary platform for communication for his Democratic Labour Party is not owned by Bajans and George Street, but is propelled by someone who speaks in a Jamaican accent? Is it that she wants to keep the beauty of Barbados to herself and don't want anybody else to share in it? Are we now to repudiate the words of the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow as he closed in Georgetown in 1986 in July? And I quote, for the record, lest it not be in the records of Hansard, unless he is embarrassed to put Errol Barrow's words into Hansard, I take the distinct pride in so doing today. And I quote, we are a family of islands, nestling closely under the shelter of the great cooperative Republic of Guyana. And this fact of regional togetherness is lived every day by ordinary West Indian men and women in their comings and goings. I go on, Mr. Speaker, because the question as to why Barbados is in a dangerous place with respect to its population. It is aging and it is declining. And we cannot sustain confidence in our social security system. We cannot sustain growth. One of the key factors, and I'm sure the member for St. Michael South Central will regale us with it. What is the basis for economic growth? One of them is people, labor. So that it is not only population, and I have said repeatedly in this honorable chamber that I am distinctly worried by the skills deficit that we have as a nation, because many of the skills that we need to be able to secure Barbadians' future, many of those skills are not located here anymore. And this is a country that from the time slavery was abolished was sending people to other parts of the region. The core of the Guyana sugar industry is Barbadian. The preachers, the teachers, the police, the nurses that secured the well-being of the Caribbean for over 150 years, many of those persons came from here. The construction of the Panama Canal, where 1 in every 4 men, adult men virtually, left this country. Can you imagine today 1 in every 4 adult men leaving Barbados to go to do a construction project any part of the world? And when you start to look into the families of the region, the pumpkin vine nature of the families, this one relate to this one, that relate to who, and you go through the region and you even start at the level of leaders. And Forbes Burnham right back through. You begin to understand the importance. The Prime Minister of Bahamas today, his children are the grandchildren of the McGarrys in Bush Hall, on Bush Hall Main Road. today. So I say to us, I understand what it is to be in opposition. But I also know that desperation cannot take the place of solid leadership and of solid proposals to inspire confidence in the party and in the leadership. And my fear is that for people who do not know better, this sense of commitment to draw these stories that will cause people to get frightened. Let us deal with what they're asking the public to believe in, because I believe that people's anxieties should be met fully and firmly in serious conversation, rather than being dismissed and paraded as political diatribe to spark xenophobia, to undermine the government and the country's ability to move forward. Who does this freedom of movement with St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Belize and Dominica, and ultimately those other countries that will join, who does it benefit? I had cause to say last week, and I repeat now again, those companies that have a large capital base do not need the single market and single economy. They're going to survive anyhow. Goddard's did not need a single market to go into Central America. Goddard's Enterprises Limited. Massey did not need a single market to come into Barbados. Grace Kennedy does not need a single market. They have the depth of resources. Even if they had to hire lawyers in every country, they have what it takes to be able to establish themselves. But the fellow who is doing pool maintenance in Barbados, and who has the opportunity now to do some in St. Lucia, he benefits. Or the chap that I know for certain that takes care of the safes and the ATMs for the banks here, he benefits by being able to go down there without having all of the hullabaloo. That's what the single market gave them. But this goes further, because there are some who do not yet know what they want, but know that they want to work in an area that values marine biology, or may be doing work in a living lab. And therefore, they may not be able to stay in their country of their birth. By the same token, the countries that are doing the marine biology and the living lab may need people that do not readily exist in their own country where those companies exist. And to that extent, this freedom of movement is to remove the hassle, the obstacles, the burden, to create confidence in people who want to see this Caribbean civilization be the place where they can live, where they can raise their families, where they can be a contributor to something that has been edifying and literally been a distinct difference from many other countries across the world, because of the manner in which we have treated social justice and the rights of persons, particularly in the post-independence era, but definitely in the but equally in the post-1930s era, when the region went through its whole epiphany with respect to workers' rights and rights of ordinary people, leading, of course, to universal adult suffrage, which we celebrate 75 years of recognizing this year. So that the benefits accrue not so much to the large people, but it is to the small people. And that is how I know that the member for Christchurch South, the leader, I refuse to call him that again, I apologize. I truly, truly apologize, because he has not represented the people of Christchurch South for the last couple of years. The leader of the opposition, who does not know where he wants to run. Well, he's been told that he could go to St. John because leaders of the Democratic Labour Party go there. But in his heart of hearts, I don't know that he even wants to run. But that's a different story. I am saying to you that we have a duty to be able to create a platform that allows ordinary people who may not have, they know somebody to pull a string for them. They don't know who they're talking to. They just know that they have a passion. And this now, somebody may believe in ecotourism and believe that going to Dominica, which is without doubt one of the most environmentally friendly and beautiful nations any part of the world, and they may feel that they want to be able to make a life for themselves there. The member for Christchurch East was pilloried by the member for Christchurch South, by the leader of the opposition. For what? Because he said that others may want to be able to contemplate a future outside of the land of their birth. There are 305 million people globally that live in countries other than the country of their birth. And this country, Barbados, as I said, have sent out people more than anything else. It is about giving people options. It's about giving people opportunity. That's all this is about. And we always knew that there was not going to be any mad rush, because people don't just get up and leave so. But what is it that they want when they come? A welcoming environment, to know where they have to go, what they need to do, and equally, what is it that our people may legitimately fear or may have it being stoked by the leader of the opposition and his members? People are worried about crime. I know that I can speak to this myself, because I spent too much of my life helping to establish the Joint Regional Communications Center, and indeed its parent agency, the Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, and indeed ensuring that cooperation and security became a pillar of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. And what does all of that mean in simple language? That before people come out here, before people come into this country, we do the checks against Interpol, against regional watch lists that the police and other law enforcement agencies put together for us, and indeed against the United States Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection agencies, so that you are doing, in fact, a treble check to make sure that we can keep our country safe. And even if there was no freedom of movement initiative being undertaken, these things have been happening to protect our country since 2007. And ironically, the person who worked on this project with me, actually, will soon be Barbados' head of state. Secondly, people are legitimately worried about the hospital and the polyclinics and access to health care. And I say to you that first and foremost, this freedom of movement entitles people only to emergency health care and primary health care. We are conscious that that is important, but we are also conscious that if a person has a particular, or a country is suffering from a particular public health outbreak, we have the ability to stop those persons from coming in here, because even the Caribbean Court of Justice has recognized that that is one of the legitimate reasons upon which a country can take a decision to deny entry to persons who would otherwise be entitled to be able to benefit from the rights created by the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. As it relates to adequacy, therefore, of health services, they're not the ones who are going to be stopping you from getting surgery for a gynecological problem. They're not the ones who are going to stop you from getting surgery or getting up on a waiting list for hernia, or for any of the other problems that there right now may be waiting lists that are, in my opinion, still too long, but that we are working to bring down. And there will be another discussion as to how we are working to make healthcare delivery even stronger and better for the average Bajan and for all who visit us. Because we forget that even with emergency healthcare, if a tourist gets into an accident here, nobody stops to see whether that person can in fact pay before they get the emergency health care to save the life. And similarly, if we get into an accident in another part of the world, our citizens are treated for emergency health care, and given that option, it is in the elective surgeries and those other things that there may be issues. Similarly, other social services, once again, it's very clear that a person typically cannot just enter as a charge on the public services, on the public fund. That does not mean that something may not happen to them during their stay here, but typically, persons are coming to work. So what does that mean? They're paying national insurance, they're paying taxes, and invariably, we have been dealing with social security arrangements within CARICOM for a few decades now, where there is an agreement that allows persons to still benefit even if they're not in the country of their birth. So that when I start to look at those things, and I add now the other one, they're going to come and lead to the exploitation of Bajan workers, particularly in the construction industry. Well, the Barbados Workers Union wrote me about what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, and we have been meeting with the contractors in this country, and the Minister of Labour, who is going to speak, I believe, in this debate, will speak to the things that he has been doing from the jobs register that allows us to be able to see, forget freedom of movement, but period. Who really wants work in the country can register and be able to ensure that the immigration department is aware of what their needs are in terms of expectations. And similarly, those companies that want to be able to identify that we need these types of workers and these types of workers can also register so that there is a matching of the two. But it goes further. We have said that we will not tolerate the exploitation of workers in this country, and therefore once it is brought to the attention of the Ministry of Labour, they have a responsibility to investigate and take action. And to that extent, not only did we start meeting with the Ministry of Labour and the construction industry, but we took decisions to increase the capacity of the Ministry of Labour, knowing full well that they are going to have to be able to be investigating a broader range of work sites and establishments with respect to persons coming in. And invariably, most of them are not even coming from CARICOM, but they're coming from outside of the Caribbean community. So that the government is not waiting for things to happen, then to find out, oh shoot, we should have done X before and we should have done Y before. We are taking preemptive action to try to be able to ensure that in those areas where our population, where Bajans legitimately have concerns, anxieties, want to be publicly educated on, that we are also making sure that capacity meets our commitment by the things that we are doing with respect to this. This is in the interest of the country. And there's some then who want to raise the boogeyman of citizenship by investment. Oh, the citizens by investment coming from all other parts of the world and you don't know who they are and they're these bandits. Well, if they're bandits, the JRCC don't pick them up on the national security search. And if they're not bandits, but they belong to another country, what is the basis for refusing them? Especially when the numbers that I just read to you show that our country, our population has declined to 264,300, I believe, page 155. Well, I'm not going to get into the racist diatribe that is being paraded by the opposition. The bottom line, however, is this, that whoever is a citizen by investment still is subject to the national security checks. And if they are a true bandit or terrorist, we will pick them up. But what is more of concern to me is that this country's population declined from a high of 278,000 to 264,000 last year. And if we really are in need of people, let's take the same hospital. We created posts for the hospital that is the equivalent, it's almost a couple hundred posts, it's the equivalent of $13 million in additional wages and salaries for the hospital over the period of a 12-month period. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that we are having great difficulty in identifying the skills and the people to fill many of those posts? We already know the situation with nurses. And that is why we have the Ghanaian nurses here. But it isn't known the extent to which there are other specialized skills that a hospital needs that we do not have readily available. Similarly, there are areas within the context of the new area of renewable energy, or in the area, I like to say all the time, mechanical and engineering and plumbing, MEP, civil engineering, the civil aviation. The Deputy Prime Minister can tell you that she has hell in the Ministry of Public Works because of a shortage of skills in there as well. Ministry of Energy, same issue. There are dedicated types of niche skills invariably needed in a modern Barbados economy. They are not available. So that we do not have the luxury, Mr. Speaker, of just turning our head and engaging in a school debate or engaging in even a parliamentary debate that divorces itself from the reality of the country. And that is why I said that I stand in this debate conscious that what is required more than ever in this world is solidarity and leadership. And we all know that any wrong step can in fact put this country on a downward decline in circumstances where this government has managed, and sometimes, we've been very modest, and that's because I don't believe in boasting. But I feel I now got to remind Bajans of what this party and this government has done to be able to stabilize this country, because people are beginning to take it for granted, and in taking it for granted, that we are liable to make some mistakes that were made in the past before. The one aspect of the Democratic Labour Party's history that was unfortunate was ever so welcome wait for a call. That was the one time that they departed from what was otherwise a steady nation-building approach to the development of this country. And when that happened, we immediately saw an exodus of persons from this country. All of a sudden, landlords that were making money, no rentals coming in, national insurance scheme, members and contributors dropped significantly over time. Small shops were no longer making the money that they were making before. And everything just started to literally slow down until effectively there was stagnation. So that I would like us to apply a sober mind. This is one thing that I am prepared to put my political career on, because I know what the country needs, not wants. Needs. And I am also going to give the commitment to Barbadians that we are not going to expose Barbadians to a deterioration in their quality of life purely because we are bringing in persons to help us build out this country and to build out this economy. And I give Barbadians that solemn assurance today, in the same way that they received a solemn assurance from my predecessor on this side the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, because there were those on the outside who were trying to create mischief when we were literally, it was 2006, when we were literally unveiling the single market through the removal of the obstacles that had to be removed. And the member for St. James Central could tell you about this because he was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs too, at that time as a junior minister with the then substantive minister, Dame Billy. So that I give that assurance, and I say to the people, let us not be fearful. We live in a world, regrettably, that values money over people, that values the movement of money equally over the movement of people, that doesn't see people and doesn't feel people. But if there is ever a population, it is this Caribbean population where our ancestors were subject to the most vicious and tyrannical treatment for centuries, that we know that we have a responsibility to treat to migrants and migration differently. For what is the Caribbean if not a community of migrants? Regrettably so, because of the genocide perpetrated centuries ago, but we are a community of migrants. And how do we kick down the ladder in the way that those who now want to call themselves apostles of the future, with the bridging of a network to Africa, would want now to benefit, but not let others so benefit, would want to perpetrate. And you know what is maddening and vexatious to most Bajans is to hear that platform cry down this country day after day after day after day. Because when you think you're crying down the government, you're really crying down the country and its reputation, particularly in the age of internet, and particularly in circumstances. The only reason some more people have not been sued is that you can't find them. The man that came from the States that made all kinds of wild and scurrilous allegations against myself and others. Hosted by whom? Coming from where? Not by a Bajan, for a Bajan. But we have been tolerant. Nobody has sought to shut it down. In other parts of the world where authoritarian regimes exist, we have let it go. And every 2 weeks, people are free to walk up and down Broad Street. We've let them go. But because we choose a manner of development that is consistent with our history and with our leadership, this is now to be perpetrated as a wild exercise in recklessness and undermining what Bajans are to benefit and all kinds of scurrilous behavior. Mr. Speaker, let us get on with building this country. We have a duty to build this country, and build it we shall. And in so doing, I hope that we can bring more Bajans, and that is what, without anticipating the Immigration and Citizenship Bill, the ability for persons to have citizenship as of right down to great-grandchildren is intended to be able to say, the people who we really want to come home first to help build out this population is Bajans. Then the second set of people are Caribbean people. And then, as Mr. Barr would say, any number can play. So long as you have the skills, or the citizen, or the investment, or indeed so long as you are not going to be a threat to national security, a threat to our public health, and indeed a charge on the public purse. Those values remain immutable and transparent. And I ask all honourable members in here not just to speak to these issues on the floor of Parliament, but to get into the nooks and crannies in your constituencies and to explain this to people. Because this, unlike most things that have a medium to long-term developmental benefit, they need explanation and they need patience in being able to get that explanation across to households and families and businesses and communities. And we accept that responsibility as a government willingly so to do. And in accepting it, I'm asking the members of Parliament in this Honourable Chamber to also be part of that, rather than waiting on the Government Information Service alone, or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or Prime Minister's Office in charge for the single market and economy. It is a duty for ALL, all of us. And why? Because, Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine a Barbados in 2050, in 25 years' time, where 1 in every 2 people are over the age of 65. It is true I am closer to that than I was before, but I can also tell you that as you get there, there are pains and restrictions that you would not otherwise have felt in your 20s, 30s, and 40s that will constrain what you can do and how you can build out this nation. And if we think that that is a far-off day, I ask every member in here to remember what they were doing in the year 2000. Because that was just there the other day. And if you understand that, then you understand why we are already taking action too late, in my view, for this action should have been taken 20, 30 years ago. And that is why it was treated as one of the priorities of this administration upon election in 2018. We did not expect COVID to come into play and take away 3.5 years from us. But such is life. And it is for that reason why we have to move forward with diligence, because the world expects more pandemics from the climate crisis. The world expects more difficulties in terms of the geopolitical realities of the world. We may not have the luxury to be able to travel in some parts of the world soon if there are things that distort peace. So that is why when we can, we must, and that do not put off to tomorrow what must be done today. If that is used as a guide, then we will ensure that we will always be ahead of the curve. I trust and pray, therefore, that Barbadians will walk this road with us, and that they understand that this is not now about electoral fortunes. I give you the assurance, Mr. Speaker, that I do not need Caribbean nationals to beat the Democratic Labour Party in the next election. I give you that assurance. And I suspect deep down they know that too, which is why they are looking for red herrings and to try to create commerce and confusion, as the old people would say. So let us get on with the task of building this country. Let us listen to our people, always, as I've said, and where necessary we pause. We do not believe that pausing is a sign of incompetence, as I've said. It is a sign of a government that, while it has won a commanding majority, continues to listen to the people who it has the responsibility of leading. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable members of Microsoft Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that most of us in this honorable chamber, indeed most of us in the country, and in fact, most of us in the world, are currently transfixed by the global situation, currently transfixed by certain political and human issues that are going on in certain parts of the world, in certain jurisdictions. In fact, in particular countries that were once considered leaders of the free world. I dare say that that characterization is disappearing. We are in a time when refugee status, being a nomad, not by will but by force, from your country of birth or your home to other parts of the world has become quite commonplace. In fact, we are in a time, sir, where People are made to feel in their own homes, in their own spaces, in their own countries, as if they do not belong. Where people are coming and saying to you, yes, this is where you live, and this is where you have lived for generations, but in fact, this does not belong to you. And sir, this Caribbean, this Barbados has had the distinction of calling out those injustices far before some of the larger countries and jurisdictions called out those injustices. Recently, based on what is happening with our Palestinian sisters and brothers, but also historically, this Caribbean has stood up for injustice in the face of apartheid South Africa. This is a region, this is a country, this is a part of the world that has been and continues to be an example, a beacon for peace and security, and welcoming those who are made to feel unwelcome in the countries that they once called home. I start there, sir, because I have always considered that the legacy and the values of the Barbados in which I grew up. I start there, sir, because I left Barbados and moved to the Dominican Republic and did a degree in economics in Spanish as part of a scholarship program for the Caribbean, for which I had to qualify, and sat in a classroom with other colleagues, students, predominantly Haitian, who had come over the border to be able to have an education, who, like many in the class, being French speakers as they were, with Spanish-speaking lecturers in classes like econometrics, which in many cases looks like a different language, who had to be made to feel welcome in really what for your average student would have felt perhaps like the most inhospitable of circumstances. And indeed, at that time, there were other dynamics at play that made them feel unwelcome at the time. And those of us, many languages were represented in those classrooms. And we had to find ways, the Jamaicans, the Dominicans, the Barbadians, we had to find ways to make each other feel comfortable. We had to wrap our Caribbean hearts and minds and arms around each other. That has always been the Caribbean way, and I dare say that has always been the Barbadian way. Barbadians left here and went to Guyana long before the majority of Guyanese left Guyana to come here. Barbadians went in search of their own fortunes to Guyana, to Panama. In 1865, Barbadians left and helped to build Liberia. And those lines can be drawn even now. The first time I went to Panama, sir, it is the strangest thing sometimes to feel as though you are looking into the face of a Barbadian and to hear them speak Spanish. You feel as if you know this person. The person looks like somebody from Britons Hill, from Cozy Corner down with me and Haggett Hall. And then you just hear the most perfect Spanish accent or Spanish language. This is the reality that we have lived, sir. And so to have this free movement of people legislation before us is not a departure from our history, nor is it a departure from the intention of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. In fact, it gives life to that intent. Anyone living as a citizen of CARICOM has always been aware that that is what has been driving the regional integration movement. And there's so many young people who have felt, quite frankly, disappointed by what CARICOM has been able to achieve, who feel limited within the geographical confines of their countries because we made a promise to them about what their lives would look like in the future. You know, we have a running joke among some friends of mine, and I know that one or two of the members here like Star Trek. And one of the things that we would say was that Star Trek lied to us, because we thought that by now we would have, you know, food that would materialize, Earl tea, or you could call for Earl Grey tea, Earl Grey, and again have it appear, you could have all these kinds of things. There was a promise that we made to young people that we would complete the project of movement and real integration, not just in treaties and in documents and in offices, but in the lives of people. And one of the lessons that certainly we have learned about CARICOM, and as we live and work to give force to what CARICOM is meant to execute, is that often not everybody is ready. And that is why we align ourselves as a part of a coalition of the willing. Not just on this matter, but on several other matters we've had to do that. And CARICOM has certainly had many success stories in the RSS and issues of national security and statistical measurement and all kinds of things. But in this, we have not moved as quickly as the promise that we made toward children and grandchildren. And so if now we have a coalition of the willing, of Dominica, of Barbados, of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Belize, to be able to start this project, you know, we in this Barbados Labour Party administration often remind ourselves that perfection is the obstacle to progress. And we sometimes sit down and wait till we have every single thing in place. And I find that perhaps culturally as a Caribbean space, we are very good at correcting and policing and saying, no, that don't belong here, put it back there. But we are not so good at moving. We have to move. We have to try something. And we are so afraid of experimentation. We are so afraid to start something and to course correct while we are doing it. And it is perhaps one of the reasons that we have not been able to innovate at the pace that we need to innovate. We have not been able to find new solutions to standing problems in the way that we need to find such solutions. But I'm happy to associate myself, sir, with the Barbados Labour Party government that is ready to move, that has started the process together with our colleagues in those other 3 countries. So the first project that I had the pleasure of working on as a young economist was in Belize. And when I got there, one of the things I realized was that it is one of those countries in the CARICOM region, perhaps along with Guyana and others, that have tremendous potential to help provision the Caribbean in the way of food security, in the way of land for housing, in the way of agricultural services and innovation. You know, sometimes we sit here as Barbadians and fold our arms and act like we have it all. Those other people want to come here and take our things. Those people have things too. Those people have things, and in many cases they got a lot more things than we have. And, you know, one of the things that I treasure most about having lived in other places, and sometimes when you live in those places, their life is not easy. And I certainly have experienced some of the racial and other kinds of tensions that obtain in other parts of the world when some of us go to stay there. But one of the things that I am so thankful for, even as far back as when we did exchange programs with places like Martinique and Guadeloupe, and you go and live in somebody else's place and those students come and live in your place, I was also interested to know, to see, that when the students came on the exchange program in my little board house in St. Clair Road, they were happy to be there. They were happy to have the experience of a different culture. And I was happy to have had the experience, sir, of different cultures in my lifetime, because guess what that does? You get a little uncomfortable. You get outside of your home where your mother cooking for you and where somebody pressing for you. You realize that you have to make life in a place that does not necessarily want to make you feel at home. And you start to realize that life does not begin and end in the country that you come from. You start to realize that, in fact, you are not as important as you thought. And that, in fact, you now have to establish your own value in the world and what you will contribute. It does not go without saying that because you have come from Barbados, that people are going to stop and pause and wait for you to get comfortable. The reason that we introduced, that we said every student must be able to become fluent in another language, every student must be able to learn to swim, is why it is in discomfort that we grow. And this is one of the reasons that we need people to move around and to experience a different kind of life, because we get too comfortable and we think that the world owes us a living. And I dare say that it is a benefit to all of us, those in this honorable chamber included, to be able to have a regime where people can move around and experience different things. But sir, I think that there's another reality that we are missing here. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the Honourable Prime Minister, made reference to the fact that when the Population Commission did its work, it did not recommend to the government of Barbados, oh, just bring more people. If anyone cares to read the population situation analysis that preceded the recommendations, and then the population report itself, it prescribes an entire set of policies that must and do go hand in hand with population growth. It talked about not just ensuring a population size sufficient to grow and sustain adequate levels of social care, of productivity, of labor force participation, and of revenue. It also talked about promoting and strengthening the care economy at the level of the household, at the level of the family. And what does that mean? It means that you're making sure that you invest in parents, in families' capacities to care for each other. It recommended improving capacity and proficiency of the labor force with access to expanded opportunities. It talks about reconciling population redistribution, land use, and settlement patterns. And I'll tell you something else. One of the findings of the population policy was that, in fact, Barbados does have enough land and capacity to house far more people than we currently house. Now, that only spoke to the actual physical carrying capacity. It didn't speak to the policy. It didn't speak to the execution of what we need to do. But the simple point is this, that when those that suggest that we can't have people come here because we need to strengthen housing and we need to strengthen access to social services, but guess what? When we do that, we're not just strengthening it for ourselves. The fact that we need to improve access is not to say that we only stop short and improve access for up to 270,000 people. It means that you have the opportunity to widen and strengthen access to as many people as you determine that the country wants to welcome. The fact is that we are underpopulated in terms of simple replacement rates. That if the population was growing as it naturally would grow, we would be much larger than the current population. And so the idea that you are only strengthening your capacity up to a certain point and no further is a fallacy. We have within us the capacity to expand these basic needs and to expand, actually, the capacity to meet people's dreams and expectations and imaginations. as far as we will allow. Because here's the thing. If we are providing services for 260,000 people, it is 260,000 people that are doing it. It is 260,000 people that are contributing to that. If we are providing services for 400,000 people, it is 400,000 people that are contributing to that. And so I invite us not to limit ourselves, to feel that we have to hold our things in our pockets, lest somebody come and grab them from us. Because there's only so much to go around. We get to determine how productive we can be. And we get to decide that with more people here who bring their talent and their skills and their ideas and their interests and their values and their culture that we can learn from. You know, when we look around us, we see the extent to which this country has benefited from all kinds of groups of people from centuries before who have come and co-created the culture of Barbados with us. We haven't done it by ourselves. And this is the kind of thing that happens decade after decade. And this is how a nation is made. But the interesting thing that the situational analysis from the population policy also showed us is that, guess what? With the exception of Belize, the other countries in this new, as it stands now, limited regime also have declining populations. Well, we are afraid of a boogeyman that doesn't exist. Because the simple fact is that these countries are not themselves overrun and overpopulated such that they are all going to seek to flee and come to Barbados. For the period from 2000 to 2018, the average population growth in Barbados was 0.3. Between 2017 and 2018, it dropped to 0.1. Similarly, Dominica's population growth stayed stagnant at 0.2. This is among some of the lowest in the Western Hemisphere. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the average was at between 0.1 and 0.3. The exception being Belize, which is higher, but still declining. So between 2000 and 2018, at 2.4, their population growth, but by the end of 2018, it was declining to 1.9. I make that point to say that just as we saw in the first 10 days of the new regime from October 1st, regrettably, perhaps, there does not seem to be any mad rush or mad dash as a part of this regime for people to have come here. Because equally, people also left Barbados and went to other countries to see what fortunes they could make or what they could experience. Sir, there's some jurisdictions that have coined unfortunate expressions to talk about people, that have talked about illegals and illegal immigrants and illegal aliens. And I put it to you, sir, that a person cannot be illegal. A person, in their personhood and in their living and their expression of themselves, cannot be illegal. A person might be involved in activities that are not sanctioned by the state. But the simple point I'm making is that when we look around, we see our neighbors here, many of them from other countries in the Caribbean, who are simply giving effect to their own humanity. And I don't want to get too philosophical, but who are simply living their lives. And who in some cases will have the opportunity, as a part of this regime, as they should, to be able to regularize their living. To be able to regularize their living and the activities that they do to contribute to this economy and society. And it is unfortunate, and I want us to take an example and a lesson from what is happening in other parts of the world that we are watching with bated breath, that we do not want to happen here, where people are being turned against each other and being made to feel as if there is nowhere that they can go to give effect to their own lives. Let us take what is happening as a warning to what insularity and hatefulness can breed. Look at how quickly it happened in mere months in that place that is just next door, that the world has always held up as the stable democracy. Let us understand that the test of democracy is not in voting on election day. The test of democracy is the extent to which we can secure people's rights and freedoms in our community. We are a part of a Caribbean community. Sir, we experience and are part of things like the Caribbean Premier League cricket, where we see the mix. You hardly know which team to support because Shea Hope here and Kyle Mears there, and Caribbean talent is all over. Barbados just had glowing reports and an amazing experience of CARIFESTA 15. But it seems to me as if we want these things to be performative only. We want the performance and the pageantry of the CPL without giving real life to what it represents. We want the benefit of CARIFESTA, and we want to go and take video of all the fantastic costumes and to talk about the food that we ate, but we want to turn it off when it suits us. I regret that life is not so convenient. And if we give lip service to the sense of freedom and integration that we felt, and if we were honest about that, while our Caribbean sisters and brothers and sisters and brothers from the continent of Africa and from Latin America, while they were here with us, if we give voice to how much we enjoy that experience, but then we seek to turn it off when we start to feel a little bit insecure. Sir, my only caution and challenge to us all as Barbadians is to truly embrace what we claim to enjoy. To truly embrace what we claim to enjoy. This business of integration and of shared living with our Caribbean sisters and brothers is not meant to and is not just performative. But the fact is that this Free Movement of Nationals bill will not even, I fear, meet the requirements for the gap that we need to fill with respect to population, because we are talking largely about countries that are already underpopulated. And without speaking on bills that are not before the House, I do want to clarify and to cause us not to conflate the different discussions that are happening. The one here before us being how people in the Caribbean community move around and have the freedom to live and work and find their fortunes in other places. And the other being a program of managed migration and citizenship that will give life and reality to what so many Barbadians in the diaspora have been calling for decades, to really feel a connection to the home of their origin, to the place of their origin. But sir, but also to say that I regret that there are certain opposition operatives who are seeking to conflate the two, and who are already raising objections in circumstances where they have every opportunity, the terms of reference and the press release having gone out today, to invite people to give evidence and to participate in telling us how they feel about those bills that are now before Joint Select Committee. It seems to me that if your first port of call is to stand up and start to quarrel at a press conference, you don't really have anything of substance to contribute to any amendment to the bill. Because you have weeks before you to come and sit in a civilized way and give evidence before the committee that I have the honor to chair and tell us what is the disquiet that you are experiencing? What is it that is bothering you? Or would you rather just make it again about pageantry? Would you rather just make it again about using it simply as an opposition moment because quarreling is really the only capacity that you carry in your bowels, rather than coming and bringing the actual feedback to the Committee of Parliament? I do not think that Barbadians realize sometimes, and I have no problem reminding us all, that the establishment of these 3 committees is an expansion of democratic opportunity. There were times that bills came to Parliament and there was no opportunity for the public or for any group to come and say, I don't like this bill, I would change this, this and that. If people bothered to, and I would like to call on the government from this place to please not abandon the cybercrime legislation, because it is the product, the bill is improved by having gone before that same committee. It is the product of much debate and discussion and has benefited from Barbadians and others coming and saying how they would improve or amend the legislation, and many of those amendments were made. The process works. And so there is every opportunity to come before the Joint Select Committee on Governance and Policy and to say, how would you improve? How would you change? If there is, in fact, something that you have of substance to say. That is how this government has sought to expand the democratic process, to make sure that everybody has a chance to have a voice on the legislation that affects them. So, sir, I will not detain the House much more except to say that this legislation represents the courage to act. This legislation comes at a time when cowardice is often taking over many democracies that we thought knew better. This legislation comes at a time, sir, when people all over the world are afraid that they will no longer have a place to call home, or that the people and institutions and leaders who are meant to protect them in their spaces are not meeting that task. And so I am proud to be part of a government and country that is demonstrating to the world what protection of people and what expansion of choice looks like. And with that, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my voice to the debate and will begin by saying, Mr. Speaker, to you and to the chamber, that this debate is about making real what we already are. We've had over the years, and you've heard this before, but I must give some context to the points that I want to make. Over the years, Barbadians have left these shores in search of opportunity, in search of a better life, in search of the ability to do better for themselves and for their relatives. While I was growing up, my mother would she would say to me, she would recall, and she would tell me about the federal maple. She would tell me about the federal pan. She would tell me about the people from the Garden and Western and Mount Stanford and Crick Hill who went to British Guyana, who went to Demerara, which is what they used to call the places at that time. I would hear that one of the ancestors of a former president of Guyana, Forbes Burnham, left Barbados to go to Guyana. My father left this country only once. And he got on the plane, he hated flying, hated the idea of flying, but because one of his closest friends had immigrated, or migrated, whatever the word is, to Trinidad and Tobago, and had gotten married and was getting married to a Trinidadian woman. My father gritted his teeth, held on to the seat, as he told me, and went to Trinidad for one day to attend his friend's wedding. Mr. Speaker, these are a few things that have happened in the not too distant past. We've heard about Panama. I'm sure all of us know of somebody or somebody's mother who went to the United Kingdom and worked in the health service. We know of people who went to the United Kingdom and worked on London transport. Migration is not new. We are here because of a forced type of migration. We are not from out here. We were brought here. We were transported here. We've had, though, visionary leaders who have recognized that in this Caribbean space, we are one. In this Caribbean space, there is something that we can identify as a Caribbean civilization. And our visionary leaders from the days of Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, in 1958, giving up his local jurisdiction to work to bring our region, our Caribbean region together. Sir Grantley Adams, 1958 to 1962. After him, Mr. Speaker, Errol Walton Barrow, 1973, Carifta, the forerunner of CARICOM, a recognition that this space represents a space inhabited by a people, not necessarily by multiple people, but by a people. And so visionary leaders across political perspectives have recognized that. As I did some research on this matter, I also, because we do not often speak about Prime Minister Tom Adams when we talk a lot about regional integration. But I came across some information that told me that in 1982, Prime Minister Adams sought to, and he did set up, it lasted for a little while, something called the Eastern Caribbean Security Alliance, a recognition that small countries with a common heritage share a destiny and have to do things together, a recognition that in this space, we are a Caribbean civilization. And then the party changed. A new party in government, Sir Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, the Grand Anse Declaration, 1989, the forerunner to the CSME, the one that focused on the fact that we needed to come together as an economic space to make real the superstructure that we were trying to put in place. Because like Karl Marx says, there really is no political, social superstructure unless there's that economic infrastructure. We had a new party in government, Prime Minister Owen Arthur, and we know of his legendary work in CSNE. I posit, Mr. Speaker, that in both parties, we have had visionary leaders, except for the last 3 leaders of the Democratic Labour Party. The 3 leaders after Sir Lloyd Sandiford have lost the vision. They have lost the vision. They have sought to take the legacy of their founder, Errol Barrow. They've sought to take the legacy of his anointed successor, Sir Lloyd Sandiford, and destroy it for the sake of partisan, or what they think is partisan political advantage. So what we were subjected to today in terms of verbosity and loud rhetoric and don't test me, I will walk out. That kind of frivolous childishness that people message me to tell me they cannot understand how we can sit down here and take it. But one of those messages came from a constituent. I said, you voted for me to come in here, and what the gentleman said the night was that you are the duly elected member, not to be a minister, but to represent the constituency in the House of Assembly. So we have to take it. But Mr. Speaker, that childish approach to taking something that is a fundamental reality, and trying to spin it into something for political advantage says to us in here, but it says to Barbados, that solid political debate, the creation of institutions, the recognition that we are part of a Caribbean civilization is being distorted by little children who are looking for toys to play with. The Caribbean civilization is not a toy to be played with. We, Mr. Speaker, this evening are making real, today, are making real what we really are. We are working to create a Caribbean civilization. We are making real in legislation what the people of this space already recognize as their lived reality. We are from around here. This is our space, and we have over many decades inhabited the space, moved around in this space, lived in the space, worked in the space. I was employed by a gentleman before he came into this chamber, and his father, a Barbadian, was labor commissioner in Antigua. We've always moved around because this is our space, and we refuse, the Barbados Labour Party refuses, the Democratic Labour Party up to Sir Lloyd refused to allow politics, cheap politics, to destroy the idea of creating a Caribbean civilization. From the time we got to Ever So Welcome Wait for a Call, a statement that I consider, and I really, in this matter, do not care who it offends. But I believe that Ever So Welcome Wait for a Call is maybe one of the, I was going to say nastiest, but two problems with that. The person is deceased, and it sounds kind of bad. It's maybe one of the worst. I sometimes use the word filth only because it is biblical. It is a filthy statement. It is a statement that dehumanizes or attempts to dehumanize. It should never have been made. The unfortunate reality is that the Democratic Labour Party has adopted that as its modus operandi when it looks at our Caribbean neighbors. Our brothers and sisters in this region, the Democratic Labour Party sees as lesser mortals, as people not worthy of associating with. We, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean the Barbados Labour Party, and I do not mean government, Barbados must reject that kind of thinking. And I agree with the Honourable Member for St. James Central when he spoke to the fact that those who we have this way of calling professionals can move around, can work. We set up a system. I was chairing COSOD Labour. We set up a system where professionals can move around, where people with university degrees can move around. And we made the point that those that are called by some, like the leaders of the Democratic Labour Party, ordinary people, must have the opportunity. And last year, we were able to add household domestics, security guards, agricultural workers to that list of persons who could move around and work freely in this Caribbean region, in our Caribbean region. Mr. Speaker, this matter that we debate today is not a simple matter. It is a matter that is of deep and lasting consequence to the people not of Barbados. This is a matter that is deeply, fundamentally connected to us as a region, the people of this region. Now, much has been said about the economic necessities of this moment. But before I speak about economic necessities, I want to say something. In this region, we, and when I say we, I mean some of us as individuals, but some of the leaders of our countries, some of us are of the view that our islands, our countries, our territories are big, big spaces, and that we are big countries, and that we're big and strong and powerful. I hope that the reality that we see unfolding around us causes us to understand that we ain't big, we ain't powerful, and if we don't come together, if we don't band together, we will recognize at some point that we are staring failed state status in the face. We cannot stand on our own. If Europe recognized years ago that they had to come together, and when I talk about Europe, I'm talking about countries with economies like Germany, a huge economy. I'm talking about France, industrial power, Germany in particular, an industrial powerhouse. Italy, for all its challenges, still a significant power. The United Kingdom, Belgium, all these countries, Mr. Speaker, that are strong-ish on their own, recognized that they needed to come together. The nations of our mother continent have also recognized, with all of the material and mineral wealth, all of the natural resources, they recognize that they have to act together. What would make states of 166 square miles, 210 square miles, 800 square miles, 120 square miles, what would make us believe that we can live in this world, in this 2025 world, standing on our own? Mr. Speaker, the multilateral system is under significant threat. That system that allows countries to come together and act in a combined way, that system is under threat. And if we do not ourselves band together, we will face significant challenges, significantly greater challenges than the challenges that we are facing today. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast indicated that we did not wake up one day and start to put things in place to meet this moment. I have said on more than one occasion in this honorable chamber that this Barbados Labour Party that I have the honor to be a part of is a forward-thinking organization. And so, for the 7 years that we've been in office, we have been strengthening labor legislation in this country, not just for people who are coming in, but for workers in this country. And so that is why we are satisfied that at this moment, when we open to full free movement across the 4 countries that have signed up, that we have in place legislation to protect against discrimination. We are satisfied that we have legislation, including regulations, in place to address many of the safety and health challenges that we face in workplaces. We are satisfied, Mr. Speaker, that we have put in place minimum wage legislation to ensure that there is not exploitation of workers in this country. We are satisfied, Mr. Speaker, that we have enacted legislation that says that any organization, any employing organization in this country that receives concessions from the state, concessions from the country, must meet a minimum threshold with respect to how they interact, relate to those in their employ. Mr. Speaker, we are satisfied that we have put measures in place legislatively that calls for construction companies, when they engage in government contracts, that they have to meet certain rates of pay and conditions of work. We are satisfied that we have put systems in place to make sure that those who come to work are not exploited, just like those who were already here are not exploited. The Honourable Prime Minister also spoke to the fact that she has given the okay, has approved a significant increase in the resource allocation for the Labour Department, because we recognize that the Labour Department must be more active in terms of its inspections, and there must be the development of some skills in terms of how the department approaches various sectors and various industries. And so we are going to be close to doubling our complement of Labour officers very soon. Like I said, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast has already given a preliminary approval. We are waiting to go through the formal process. And we're satisfied that we will be capable of addressing all the issues that may come before us. We are focused on ensuring both the dignity of work, so work must be decent work, but also the dignity of the worker. That is what our focus is. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason why workers' labor gets our special attention is not just because this political party was formed out of the workers' struggle, but also because we believe that workers as human beings are central to the economic and social development of a country. And so when we think about the economic imperative that drives the development of a Caribbean civilization, that economic imperative says to those who would want to understand, or to those who are giving some kind of thought to where we are as a country and as a region, that when populations start to decline, it signals a number of things. Declining population means declining production. Declining population means declining production. Production is part of economic activity. Production drives growth. A declining population also means declining consumption. Consumption is, and I know you know this very well, Mr. Speaker, you lectured in this area. Declining consumption means declining economic activity. And a declining population with declining production and declining consumption also leads to declining investment. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know about the C plus the I plus G plus X minus M.
Equals GMP.
Equals GDP. And then we can get to gross domestic product, then we take out the net exports.
Right.
Now, Mr. Speaker, declining production, declining consumption, and declining investment, because investment will decline if production and consumption decline. Investment is to meet needs. In a free market economy, investment meets needs. If production declines and consumption declines and investment declines, it means that we are in a period of economic decline. We will not be able to sustain our standard of living. We will not be able to sustain all the services that we provide as a country if, as a result of our population decline, there's also production decline, consumption decline, and investment decline. This matter is a serious matter. It is a serious matter. It is not enough to laugh at the fact that our population has been declining over the past 10, 15, 20 years. And Mr. Speaker, from my ministry's perspective, we were concerned enough about its impact on the social security system that we came to this honorable chamber in 2023 to bring before this house, and before we brought it before this house, we went into all the byways and highways of this country. We had town hall meetings. We explained to the country what the social security system was facing. We said to the country, because of our declining population, we had a date with destiny. We were able, Mr. Speaker, to come to this house. We were able to institute a number of measures that allowed us to be able to recognize improvement in the sustainability of the national insurance scheme. A reduction in population is not a trivial matter. It is a matter that needs our attention. We have to address what we do with respect to our population. And Mr. Speaker, if we are going to address the matter of population, what better place to begin than with our brothers and sisters who inhabit the same region as us? Mr. Speaker, this debate today is about making real what we already are. We are a region, we are family. And so when we want to increase our population, we look to our brothers, we look to our sisters. When a house is on fire, you do not, if you're in St. Peter, if your house is on fire in St. Peter, you do not call somebody in St. Philip. You shout for your next door neighbor. You shout for the person behind the paling, your backyard. You shout, cross the road at the neighbor, cross the road, bring a bucket, bring your hose. You go to those who are around you. You go to your fellows, your colleagues, your comrades, your neighbors. That is what, Mr. Speaker, sensible people will do. I have been having a conversation with my neighbor in this chamber who always gives me something good to think about. And he mentioned to the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, he mentioned the fact that over the years, we grew up in school and we were always told that Barbados is either overpopulated or that we have one of the highest densities in terms of population in the world. And he shared with me that maybe that matter in terms of our communication has to be addressed. Because Barbados was built, our economy and society was built on that high population density. The reality is, if we are to maintain it, then we're going to have to maintain the density. And so a reduction in population, even if we considered ourselves a very densely populated nation, the reduction in numbers means that somebody has to fill the gap. And that is what we're going to need to share maybe in a more complete way with those around us, those who we'll be speaking to and speaking about. Now, I know that my time is running out. I did not say like my neighbor would say that it would be short, but I don't want to be too long. The matter of the 4 countries, I've heard all this bellicose language about why Jamaica is not in it, why Trinidad is not in it. Now, I got a different perspective on matters like these. I don't have maybe all the knowledge of some others who have spoken. But Mr. Speaker, I believe in my heart that starting with 4 is a good thing. I believe that starting with 4 allows us to iron out any issues that may arise without everybody being involved and having to do tweaking on a larger scale. I am a man of very practical affairs. I grew up in business, I grew up in a shop. So, if you got plastic bag, you use brown paper. So you just start small. You move from a shop, and this is what my father did. You move from a shop to a mini mart. You don't start with a mega store. I believe that there is a positive element to starting with 4. And so I believe that Barbadians should be a lot more comfortable starting with 4 than starting with 14. We look forward to the day when all 14 will be on board. But we must point out that the same Caribbean Court of Justice that the King's Council so eloquently supports. As a matter of fact, it was really interesting to hear a King's Counsel curse the Privy Council. I still do not understand it. I used the term here before, cognitive dissonance, but I don't understand how a King's Counsel can curse the King's Privy Council. But anyway, that is a story, and maybe another story for another day. But I believe that when we look at the CCJ, we recognize that the lovely CCJ that the leader of the opposition is so favorable to does not have all of the Caribbean countries on board with respect to the final appellate jurisdiction. We do not. But that does not, Mr. Speaker, and you, a learned attorney, it does not diminish the effectiveness of the Caribbean Court of Justice. And we know that just very shortly, if not already, that a new president, I think, will be installed. And the Caribbean Court of Justice is doing good work, significant work, even in our labor legislation. We've had a number of cases that have gone to the Privy Council, that have gone to the CCJ, and the rulings that have come back have been so explanatory and complete that we've been able to use those to help to guide employers and workers in this country. I also want to share that as in the 4 countries we've already started collaborating, immigration departments are collaborating, all kinds of agencies are collaborating. The one that concerns me is labor departments. And labor departments, labor commissioners, chief labor officers, we've already started the process so that we are on the same page. I will say that my ministry is the focal point in Barbados for those persons who choose to live, to reside indefinitely and to work. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East already spoke to that they will come to the ministry to register. We know that so far, 52 persons, I think, have registered with the ministry responsible for labor, and a senior officer in the ministry was responsible for coordinating the cross-country discussion that came up with the registration processes and what we would do with respect to immigration and all the other areas. So we are fully on board and ready to roll. The job register is being used in the sheet that the honourable member who led in this debate shared with the chamber. We recognize that the matter of the job register will be used so that employers are able to see. Now, the final thing I want to say is that, you know, second last thing, I said, Mr. Speaker, that today's debate is about making real what already exists. People in Trinidad like fish cakes and bakes. People in Barbados like roti and ackee and saltfish. People in Jamaica like oil down. People in different places like Bami, and we like coconut rice. We are making real what already exists. The people of this Caribbean, as the Right Excellent Arabara said, already are working together, are already regionally integrated. We are playing catch up, and we are playing catch up in an environment where the opposition is trying to make childish fun of something that the people of this Caribbean region already understand to be their lived reality. Today, I join this debate to say to this chamber and to say to Barbadians via this chamber that the matter of full free movement is not an idea whose time has come, but legislation that is now reflecting the feelings and the views and the perspectives and the desires of Caribbean people, a desire, a perspective, and a view that they have had for decades. We are now making real what is their lived reality. Mr. Speaker, Barbadians have nothing to fear. There will not be any onslaught. We are starting with 4 countries. We have our systems in place. All the checks and balances to maintain public health and public security are in place, remain in place, have always been in place. And we are on our way, following the visionaries, Grantley Adams, Errol Barrow, Tom Adams, Lloyd Erskine Sandiford, Owen Arthur, and now Prime Minister, the Honourable Member of St. Michael Northeast, who is now in the process of taking us to that next level, that level of full free movement. The visionaries of the past would be proud to know that we've reached this point today. The visionaries of the past would be happy to recognize that all the work that they have done is being built upon, that the project of regional integration, the project of developing a Caribbean civilization is well on the way to fruition. Long live our Caribbean civilization. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is a good bill, and I am obliged to you. I'm happy to support it.
Honourable Member St. Joseph.
Speaker, I beg to move that we suspend this sitting for a period of 10 minutes and resume therefore at 7:30.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended for 10 minutes. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This chamber stands suspended for 10 minutes.